Twitch ain't fucking making anything.
Oh, hey, hi Twitch, how are you?
Yeah, Twitch. I don't know. Twitch is stupid. I love it, but it's stupid.
Well, Discord's been in some financial troubles for a while. They're working at a negative, so I don't know how they're keeping the lights on.
Who, Twitch?
Yeah, no, not Twitch, Discord.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, the like CEO like made a public announcement about
He was like, please, for the love of God, give us money.
Just
Let's
get
see.
Nitro.
Last month. Let's see. They reported. $2024, they reached revenue of $879 million.
Discord?
Yeah. In 2023, they were at 937 million, but in 2020, they didn't report in 2022. But in 2020, they were 130 million.
So they're bleeding out.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I mean, I don't know about to say bleeding out if you have, that many millions of dollars. I don't know if you can call it bleeding out, but yeah.
So 2015, they launched. 2018, they reported 45 million. 2020, 130. 2023, 937.6 million. 2024, 839.4 million.
Wonder what their expenditure is. Oh! That was so close. Sin rolled the die on stream and it was like 2010. Alright. Seems how we're all here, and I think we're live everywhere. Oh, you got a 10 as well? That's sus. This die roll is sus. Let's see if my button will work. Is my button gonna work? Hey, I think the button worked. It did. A 14.
Yeah, it's broken.
What do you mean? It's 14.
It's 10 on my screen.
It's 14.
14.
I guess I just froze for a
Watch
second.
mine. Probably watch mine.
No,
Might
I've
be that far
watched
behind.
both.
Oh, yeah, you're using 14 on mine.
Oh, yeah, it is apparently far behind.
Boo. Hi, everybody. 10. 3 10s and a 14. Hey, everybody. This is episode 40 of Adventures from Amethil. That's huge.
That means there's going to be about 100 hours of our content for people to watch.
It's like, yeah,
120.
yeah. 160.
160, yeah. Yeah.
4 hours. Yeah. So,
Super session.
I used all my math at work today, okay?
hey, you don't have, well, I was gonna say you don't have to do any more math, but I'd be lying to you. This is all math.
Like, that's half of our hobby is math. Why do I like math?
I love math, so I can't say shit. Yeah, so episode 40. I'm surprised that it made it this far. We're still trucking along. I love to see it. And here's to you know what? Hey, I'll raise a drink to this one. Here's to 40 more episodes.
Here.
Pepsi, yeah.
Just bite open my hand. Drink into it.
Sin, did you cut your hair or is it just pulled back?
No, I pulled it back.
Okay. All right. Hey, on that note, who be doing the recap? I got an idea for something too to make recaps a little bit more special. Instead of getting like, hey, superiority.
Superiority.
Thank you for the follow. I got an idea for recap. Instead of just getting inspiration, you get a nat 19.
Okay.
So you don't get to re-roll the die like you were using inspiration for. You just get a nat 19. So if you choose you want to use your inspiration, you're just basically saying, I want a 19 plus whatever my bonus to that roll would be for that roll. I don't want to give you a nat 20 because then we got to like fake the confirming the 20, and then if you get like a multiple, it feels cheap. So nat 19. And in that way we can move away from inspiration in its current state, which is just terrible. Like,
Which can be
re-roll
so
your
disappointing
die.
sometimes.
Yeah. So instead of that, you get a nat 19 plus whatever modifiers would go towards that roll. So with that being said, does anybody else want to do recap? Did that entice anybody? Fuck you guys. All right, go ahead, Megan.
Any not Megans? No? Got it.
I closed 8 or almost 19 hours at work today. I didn't have time to even think about this.
Ugh.
Yeah, I did 19 hours in 9 hours.
Oh, well, that doesn't count.
I'm trying to think back of where we started in.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where last session started. I can't remember where last session truly began.
Was I a warlock? Was I the fucking dungeon master? What the fuck?
Last week you were a player, we were on Nimble. The week before that, you were the DM, and it was in Etheria. The week before that, though, we started off in the room, and it was basically Desmond recovering from that emotional damage of the fucked up roll.
No, not at all, actually. Last session we started with a knife sticking out of the foot of a random patron in the tavern.
Yeah, it was. That's where we started it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I'm getting told there's an echo, so I need to go check that out while you do recap.
You got it. So,
Megan specifically, it sounds like, and that's everybody.
me? Okay. So last session began with blindfolded Roderick being having his abilities enhanced, and then he was able to sense that, oh no, this server was about to trip over a random patron's foot, and so to prevent that from happening, he took the knife out of Thrain's hand and whipped it across the tavern to hit into the ground beside this person's foot so he would move his foot out of fear. But he didn't quite throw it that well. I mean, he is blindfolded, so he instead threw it and it just speared into this man's foot. And I was like, what is wrong with you? Goes over, apologizes to the man, lay on hands, and that guy's immediately like, what the? Hey. And Nell's not really interested in the flirty flirt portion of it, but tries to see if they can get any intel about why some people don't like the Dragon Guard. It turns out the Dragon Guard just kind of arrived and assumed control. There was no agreement of the people that this should happen. They just, decided basically that someone should be in charge around here and enforce law and this, that, the other thing. And even though people were doing relatively fine without a figure like that, in came the Dragon Guard who just assumed control, and that's why some people don't really like them. After turning down this man a few times, eventually Nell makes their way back to the table where Thrain had then just taken the knife from in front of someone else to continue eating his food, and then realized, connected the dots what happened, and was just like, Roderick, what the fuck? everyone, and Desmond's like waving his hands in front of Roderick's face, trying to like see if he flinches. Maybe he can see through this blindfold. No. But he just, had this sense. And we come back, and Nell comes back. Roderick's like still acting like he's this enlightened individual, while Thurane and Desmond are like, okay, but no, how did you know that man's foot was there? How long have you had this thing on? Oh, time isn't something that you can observe anymore once you've been enlightened and you've had this blindfold on. Thrain immediately was like, so you've had it on since about when you called that bed maiden up, right? Yeah, okay, so just over a day. Nell goes to bring up something that had been said about, like, oh yeah, I went to his room while the bedmaiden was there, and of course they just fumble their words in trying to explain that no funny hanky-panky business was happening while that happened. It was just an interaction. But eventually, Thrain and Desmond are like, yeah, nope, we're leaving, and they just leave the table. Nell sighs, gets up, and leaves as well. But Roderick's blindfolded, and he doesn't realize everyone had left, so he goes to continue talking, and then he goes, I sense they have left, and continues to finish his drink and eat his food. And there's that one patron in the bar like,
yes.
Nell makes their way to Desmond's room to ask their never-ending list of questions about things in the Shadowfell. Asks about their holidays and is told about, like, somewhere between 8 and 10 holidays, all of which were very depressing. And then they're like, okay, so, like, how do I greet your dad since he's the king, but he's not like my king? And that does a lot of food for thought for Desmond. He's like, well, it'd be different if you're greeting him as my advisor, or as a citizen, or as the individual who would be wishing to rule here. So I'm not exactly sure. Eventually, they get to the conversation of Shadowfell cuisine and attempting to make dupes of it here, if possible. But the prospect of someday visiting the Shadowfell and tasting it for themselves before the Shadowfell moves the kingdom, or so they plan. Morning comes around, and Desmond spends the entire day working on his inventions, working to make that weapon, or finishing up researching and reading over his notes to make sure he knows exactly what he's doing. Desmond, Roderick attempts to blindfolded make bullets, and that doesn't go too well 2 of the 3 times. And Thrain rests in his hot pink underwear with white hearts.
Which is canon now.
Which is canon now. Adam said it himself, so. Meanwhile, Nell has gone to the temple in the room that nobody is ever fucking in to do their morning training. From there, they go to visit the blacksmith that they had commissioned for their plate mail to see how things are going. They end up just hanging out with him and doing a little to help out, but spend most of the day just chilling there before eventually going to go check out the dig site to see the progress. It's progressed very well in comparison to the hand digging, but it's still only like 25 feet down, considering we're supposed to leave in like 3 days. It's like, shit, definitely not gonna make it to the temple before then. We're gonna have to end up coming back here. Damn. And so, off to bed. Next morning, Thrain's got that hankering for must put Wanda Vorkis onto altar. So he goes to check out the dig site. Sees that it's only progressed like 10 feet. He's like, it's not happening fast enough. Nell and Roderick are having a shopping spree or something. What along those lines. Desmond's in his room doing Desmond research things. And then as Thrain starts walking away, there's a loud ruckus as the hole opens up another like 50 feet wide and is now 100 feet deep with sand pouring in, and the machine that they had been using to dig out is getting covered, and there's people down there. So he sends a message to Desmond, who could possibly fix this and also maybe help the people. And Desmond moves as fast as possible to get his booty there using his Blessing of Dusk and his pointy wand that makes him poof further, which has a name. Totally. To get there as fast as possible while also pausing very briefly at the gate to alert guards of some sort, like, hey, you need to get somebody over there. And then within 70 seconds, because of his abilities and the teleportation wand, he is there, despite it would have been like a 2-minute sprint. So definitely saved some time. He had told Thrain not to go down there at the moment. So the whole time Thrain's just pacing, trying to figure out what to do, how to help, how to get down there. As Desmond arrives, he basically just like puts the end of his rope inside of Thrain's hands, says, hold this, and as he's like jumping into the hole, holding it, cool Assassin's Creed swan dive style. As the rope goes taut, he teleports the rest of the distance down to try to help these folks, but then green bolts come out from the shadows, and there are undead cultists there attacking. All this happening as Thrain is fumbling for a rope of his own to tie to this other rope, and the other workers are giving him rope so he can use a sword to stick it in the sand up top a distance away where it's not going to have the sand cave in, and then he throws a spear down so he can like zipline his way down to the bottom to try to help as Desmond's being attacked. When he gets down there and he's raged and he's ready to start fighting, the undead take a knee to him, and as he steps foot onto the stone that is probably of the temple, and Desmond's like, what? And these undead cultists guide them to go to where the ritual's supposed to be. But Thrain is using locate object to figure out where the rune that we're looking for is, because that's really the only reason we've been trying to get down there. He sees
That, and I made the save to prevent myself from immediately going to put it in the
ritual. Yeah, altar. Yeah. And he can sense it over there, but it's moving ever so slightly. Odd. They make their way over towards it, and it's in the forehead of this large skeleton-like dude who's there like, ha ha ha. Give me that thing about the Wand of Orcus, finger quotes, replica. Maybe, maybe not. We don't really have a true and honest answer on that. After some discussion between Desmond and Thrain. Sending is sent to Nell about, that quick come help, there's battle, whatever, that happened before they made it into this area and the knee was taken, so Nell and Roderick are doing their best to get there. Thrain and Desmond discuss and eventually agree to give this individual the Wand of Orcus in exchange for the rune. And the dude, snatches up the wand and then goes and lays down with it, saying that they can have the rune when its job is done. He seems to be empowered by some sort of ritual-ish thing that happens, and then he essentially throws the rune back at them, here, yeah, you can have it now. And while Thrain's trying to have basically what seems like a calm discussion of everything that's going on with the guy, he's just walking away, yeah, leave me alone, whatever. And when Desmond and Thrain go to leave, the temple starts sinking into the sand.
It starts shaking. And then once we get out, it starts sinking. Mm-hmm. As I start climbing up the rope, and then I get to the top, random guy gets sucked in, mm-hmm. and then I use a fate point to try to poof. So, Cliff, is that using last week's fate point or this week's fate point?
It was last week's.
Okay.
Thanks for helping me out with the closer, because I was like, ooh, the details are foggy here. There was a lot that happened at once.
The temple sank downward into the sand. Complete opposite what I thought was going to happen, just to be honest. But,
temple sank down, all the sand around started to fill in that void. Desmond manages to get away. He does his poof. Thrain is running, and he feels the sand starting to drain behind him, and as he starts to get pulled back into this spiral of sand, he uses the fate point to attempt to harness that same energy that Desmond gave him that one time, and to take advantage of that blessing of dusk. And we're gonna pick up right there. So Megan, you have a nat 19 that you can use for whatever you want today. So
it has to be called before or after you roll?
No, anytime after. Just like doing a if you fail a roll and you decide I want to pass that roll, or I want a nat 19 that, you can do that. You don't even need to know if it's a pass or a fail yet, I guess, but so anyways, Roderick, Nell, as you two are running through the city, you get to the northern gates, you run out, you start running towards the dig site. You all get about halfway down the length of the city walls, and you start feeling the shaking. Like a mini tremor as you're moving towards the dig site. By the time you all get to the top of the dune that is basically separating the city from where the dig site was at, you're starting to see the area where the dig site was. The hole is probably doubled by now, and you're seeing sand cascading into it. And as you all start making your way down there, you see Desmond appear forward, and then you see Thrain climb out of the hole, and you see him start running. And as you're watching the mouth of this pit open more and more, you see Thrain reach out, and similar to Desmond when he uses his blessing, you see that sort of wisp of smoke, and then he kind of appears. You see the wisp of smoke, and Thrain is gone. Adam, give me a perception roll, please. You are climbing out of the hole. You start running. You feel yourself being pulled backwards. You go to channel that same energy again, and you dive forward. You push through. You feel the kind of force of energy grab you, and then all of a sudden you feel this strange inertia. And you feel your body being propelled. You feel yourself hit solid ground. And as you lay there for a moment, vision blurry, you sort of look in front of you and you see this bright teal light that's almost blinding. And then you notice this figure that is lumbering towards you that's about 20 feet tall, very, very slender, giant ram-like horns, and it is running directly at you. You find yourself smack dab in the middle of the Shadowfell. Can you please roll initiative for me?
It's been so long since I've had one of those in.
Adam, you see this giant 20-foot tall creature running directly for you, and with labored breath, you hear it say, "You do not belong here." You go first.
And I know this is a Shadowfell?
With a 17 for your perception, yeah, you're almost positive this is the Shadowfell. You can try to glean more details if you want to, but that's all up to you.
Where is here exactly?
I will say that you do not get the impression that this thing is here for chatting.
Yeah, I figured.
But you get no response as you say that. This thing is just running towards you.
Right. Just gonna point at it and guiding bolt.
Okay.
There we go.
That's a hit.
Lighting, is that a save? On a hit, the radiant, and on cool. This, and this.
As the bolt of light hits it, it kind of snarls as it recoils from it a little bit, and you see it like throw its arm back, and you see these long gangly claws as it's running at you like this.
I can't do that. I already cast a spell. And just move over here.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That'll be your turn.
Okay. So as you hit it and then run over to the side, this thing recoils from the blast, and you see it like come to a skittering stop, and you just hear out of the nothingness from this area that you're standing in, you just hear the sounds of the pebbles of stone underneath its feet kick up, and it points at you. And it says, "Here is nothing." And you succeed. As it says that, you feel this feeling inside of you, almost of something trying to escape from your body. You feel like a physical pushing and pulling from inside of you, and you manage to close your eyes and sunder through the feeling as it dissipates. And as you open your eyes, this thing has and it just swings with those long, gangling claws. As this thing hits you, you feel your life essence begin to leak through, and you manage to concentrate as hard as you can to hold yourself together, but you just feel yourself wet from blood after this attack. With the 2 nat 20s, I'll let you do a free reaction. Is there anything that you want to do in retort to being hit by this?
And he is in my face when he does hit me, like within melee range.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Like I don't know, like if he has reach and he hit me with his reach.
He definitely has reach, but he is right up in your shit.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, with as long as his arms are, he could probably hit you from like 15 feet away.
That's why I had to ask you how big he is. I'm like, is he in my face when he's smacking me, or?
Oh yeah. Did you get the map to pop up?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you moved it. Yeah, you're good. Okay. I just want to make sure. So.
Any spell or only?
Whatever you want to do.
Okay. Where's my actual inflict wounds? Okay. Do this 2nd level inflict wounds. Into him, just gonna push out and push against him pretty much.
Yeah, so as he attacks and you like force that feeling of doom out, you kind of push back into him, which...
And I'm gonna put my touch of death into this as well. And this, plus this. Okay.
All right.
Why is it 19? This is 5. Then twice level. Yeah. Wait. 5 and then twice level. That doesn't make sense.
It wouldn't have your barbarian levels.
No, it should be even. It should be 15.
Nah, we'll worry about that after this.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Did you guys just get an error pop up?
No, I didn't.
Valid parameters. Interesting. Okay. Can you please give me... actually, I'll just do it like this. As this thing is in your face, you are hearing, like, these silent screams in the back of your mind. And as you're watching this thing draw its hand back again, these screams begin to overtake your mind. And you feel your eyes roll back, and there's nothing but blackness. Cold. Nothingness. You feel weightless. You hear nothing. You see nothing. Then, from the silence, you hear a voice.
It appears that creature was right. You don't belong here. Neither does it. More curious. I shouldn't be able to talk to you right now. Yet, here we are. Seeing as these are unprecedented times, I couldn't help but reach out before you flowed along to the vacant halls moored and left behind for you. He hears your blasphemy, you know. Tastes your ever-growing doubt. What place do you think his wayward child will hold in his mead hall? Though you do not know me, I have an offer for thee. Be my divine avatar. Grow my power with yours. You have waded the grave. Now you must choose. Do you wish to embrace death, or wield it like a blade? We haven't much time. I feel your soul passing along, slipping through my fingers like sand. You have but half breath. Say yes and continue your quest. Say yes and begin mine anew. Say yes.
I'll say yes.
As you do, that cold feeling begins to quickly dissipate. You start feeling heat. All of a sudden, you feel yourself skid across the desert sand. Desmond, Nell, Roderick, after mere seconds of Thrain being gone, you see his bloodied, unconscious body appear from the wisps, bah, 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 and skid across the sand like a stone across water as he lay there in front of you, unconscious.
Roderick's gonna continue approaching, but with guns drawn, just kind of scanning the landscape as he's like gradually walking towards Thrain.
Desmond's gonna kneel down next to him and place a hand on Thrain's chest. They just be like, "Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up."
Nell's right there beside Desmond, trying to like assess what the hell just happened, and if there's truly wounds to heal and all that, or if he's actually gone.
No, I mean, as you get next to him, you feel him breathing. He's still there, but just barely, and his wounds are definitely grave.
Lay on hands, 25 points of healing.
Desmond and had put 12 into him too when he was kneeling next to him.
Okay.
After feeling like Desmond is healing, you'll just get this groan, pain, but not really do much more than that.
Desmond will like one arm over his shoulder, force you up, and start moving away, even if he has to drag you.
There is little to no help from Thrain.
Nell will certainly assist in trying to carry Thrain, as they know they're a bit stronger than Desmond.
And Roderick is
Kinda.
following them, walking backwards as he's continuing to scan for threats and pointing his guns in different directions.
You have the goggles on, don't you?
Yeah.
What did we say with that? You get advantage to your perception check?
Not sure if it's advantage or plus. Let's see.
Megan, I don't know if you sent it before or after I pumped the inflict wounds into it, but it wasn't it. Yeah.
It was before you had actually done it. When you said you were doing inflict wounds, I was like, oh no, and I started typing.
Just happened to look up.
It is advantage. Go ahead and give me a perception roll with advantage, and then that's going to count as one of your uses for this.
All right.
Those are fun.
Pretty dice.
21. So you see as you're like backing up and as you're like making your way up the dune, the sand has started to settle, and you can clearly see a large divot going into like a cavern, and then you see a hole at the very end of it. And the hole, there appears to be some sort of cavern or something in the hole where the temple once was. You see no other movement. You don't see any of the workers who fell into the hole. You do not see anything of them showing face. And as you make your way back up, there's no other movement that's worth note that you notice.
All right.
As Nell's helping carry, do you want to explain what the hell's going on?
shit, did he drop it? And Thrain, where's the gem?
My pocket.
So as we're walking, hand in Thrain's pocket, grab it, pull it out, and like hold it in front of us as we're walking.
Good. Also, glad that it doesn't burn hellfire to touch like the other one did.
So
What of the individuals who were trapped?
doesn't like looks back. Maybe they made it. We had a priority.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with they didn't make it. Anyways, keep moving.
Yeah, no, Nell doesn't change directions. The heavy side was in characters. They're continuing to move forward with them.
That's the
An
result guy.
unfortunate loss, but greater priorities sometimes.
I like that mindset. Desmond just keeps going.
Besides any questions asked of him, Thrain's completely silent.
Yeah, that's kind of understandable with that he poofed perfectly fine and then came back death's door knocking. I'm assuming we're just gonna work on making our way back to the Obsidian Boot or something, somewhere where we can lay him to rest at a distance from this.
Wow, laying me to rest already, putting me down.
Go for it. Too late for him. What do we do?
You know what I meant? Lay you down so that you can rest.
You had a good run.
Yep. Just nick it lethal, no. Not non-lethal.
No, I'm gonna make it non-lethal. But I'm gonna stab you a lot.
If we make it all the way to the boot when we get there, where do you guys take me to my room? Your room? Whose room? What's going on? I have plans. I gotta know what the plan is.
I can picture Thrain asking this.
No.
Jacking him. What's going on, guys?
So, I would imagine that we would go to the first room that we would reach while walking. That is one of ours. But it might even be more beneficial to... I guess I'll just hold on. Let me just switch into character. Should we just take him to the nearest room of ours, or is it better to bring him to your rooms? Do you have more materials in there for medical shit, Desmond? Does he need more? I don't know what's happening.
He like looks at Thrain and looks back at you. Me and you are the medical shit.
I wasn't sure if you had other materials.
I do. And I also... Hold on. Another burst of heals goes through Thrain. I also have this, which is a lot more effective.
Nell nods as they're like looking him over and seeing that he's basically not that bad off at this point, but he still seems certainly not well.
He is out of it. Not necessarily.
That's what I meant by certainly not well.
in pain. I mean, it still hurts. It hurts like hell. But if you look at his eyes, 1,000-yard stare. He is not mentally there.
Then first available room that's one of ours.
Okay. Yeah, as you're like carrying him through the lobby, like you get a bunch of stares from the patrons of the boot, and I would say that, well, it probably Nels would be the first one, I would assume then. Because I think we said that Thrains was further away from Nels. Roderick and Desmond are both on the top in the fucking suites, so so into
right.
Nels' room it would make the most sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
got it.
And as you bring him in and lay him down on the bed, as his armor kind of moves and his scale mail goes to the side, you can sort of see a mark on his chest, and you see like just like the tip of it, but you see like an angular marking on his chest.
I'm just gonna go ahead and assume we've definitely seen Thrain at some point without a shirt to know that this is not normal.
I would assume yes.
Yeah. I don't know where you went, Thrain, but there's a mark on you. And Nell's like immediately like pulling at the armor and like trying to like look to see what the hell's going on.
You start jostling him around too much, you might be able to get the armor off, but then he'll push you away, and a lot of food will start coming up. Just vomit, just a lot of it.
Okay, yeah. So after a bit of attempting to get the armor off the man who's clearly not helping, just
Yeah, it would be.
backs up real quick, yeah.
All the food he ate that day.
Yeah, so you see like 6 meals worth of food start coming up, just a torrent of fucking partially digested food slapping onto the ground. And as he's heaving and you're looking at him with the scale mail off, you notice 4 large angular marks across his chest that are almost like a pale purple color, as opposed to like the scar on his face, which has like sort of a rosy tint to it. And you notice that in general, Thrain looks paler than usual,
How is this possible?
almost devoid of color.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and make a medicine roll because they're just going to, at this point, be like medically looking him over as much as possible.
Sure.
I saw it dance on that one. I would have laughed so hard. He's fine. He looks just a little banged up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got these giant. I'm not sure what these purple marks are from, or why he's got no color. I can't find anything that makes sense. And of course, the food from earlier today. Nell's kind of like, if he's still like heaving bits and pieces of it, moving to the bathroom to try to find a barrel or something to just toss in his hands.
Sure. Waiting for Jay to comment. No barrel. Okay. So
Rocks?
yeah. So as you do that and you're looking, the marks on his chest look like scars. It looks like a scar, like a wound that is already scarified. But you know that they were not there recently. Um, and that's the most medical thing that you can get out of it. I mean,
They
all
feel weird to the touch. Anything off about it?
if he actually allows you to touch it, it would probably feel his body probably feels really hot right now. I'm thinking like almost like feverish, like sweat, but like the marks would be cold to the touch.
Odd, they're cold. Nell's at this point just running back and forth, like to the bathroom, getting like towels and a cold cloth to like put on his head or something, because he's gonna probably feel sick and feverish for a while they're just trying to mentally piece things together, basically mumbling anything they know about medicine. But what they know medicine wise, medicine role comes from just being poor and doing your best with what materials you have. When you don't have a lot, and just like, okay, well, I know like this root and that root might help with the fever, like going full down the herbalism route, because it's not like they can afford medicines. It would have been we're gonna go out and forage for a solution.
I grew up poor. I'm practically a doctor.
My medicine knowledge comes from being poor.
That's where a lot of mine comes from too. It fucks me up as an adult.
Listen, I mean like home remedies. It's
Oh no,
thinking words.
I agree with you on that one. That's what I said. That's where a lot of mine comes from too. And I start thinking of like fucking Robitussin for everything.
Yep.
I'll say after throwing up, once it stops, it's pretty much done. He'll be sitting up and just leaning back against like the headboard or whatever's there, the wall, and then still 1,000 yard stare.
Yep. He's got a cool cloth on his head. Nell's putting down the gully fern and like looking over the berries, seeing if they recognize any of them, wondering what the hell they might do to help.
I mean, could try rubbing some dirt in it. It worked for me when to get him up last time. Just saying.
And as Thrain is sitting there, Thrain, you're getting this rush of images flashing through your mind of the teachings from the divine teachings you learned to become a cleric. You're getting these flashes running through your mind, but they're not the way that you remember them being. The teachings feel altered.
Going to, let's see, find something small nearby. Just grab it, whatever. If it's, whatever, and just cast light on it. Hold it in my hand and cast light on it. And just hold it and stare at it. Just like make sure my magic's still there.
The magic's still there. You still feel a divine connection. It just feels different.
Forgot that button doesn't really work.
I'll dismiss the light, set the item back down, and just I'm sitting here looking at my character my screen. One of the pages goes, "Wait, you just removed Cliff?" What was that? What was just right there?
I removed the replica wand out of your inventory.
Could you give me that note of what it did? Just like the effects that I had.
Maybe.
I just want, because I'm still going to use those as story pieces. Just the, the strength and the food.
Yeah.
But my brain's not going to remember those.
Yeah, I get it.
I think I went to the Shadowfell. Is how he's gonna start that.
Okay, bye.
Taco Bell.
Nell just pauses as they have their mortar and pestle out. They're like grinding different herbs and stuff, and they just kind of look to you, then look to Desmond, and just continue with the herbal tea blend that they're in the middle of attempting to make to help with the fever. But listening very carefully now.
He's really feverish. He's mumbling incoherently.
It looked like you were given the blessing when you needed it.
What? What does a Sorrowsworn look like?
It depends on the emotion that you were feeling when you succumbed.
I'm gonna slowly start to describe the huge Shadowfell creature that I saw.
Would I recognize that as a Sorrowsworn or just a creature of the Shadowfell?
What all details from that encounter are you going to tell them?
I'm just gonna describe the creature. For now.
Sin, go ahead and give me a history check with advantage. So, Thrain proceeds to describe this creature that is a grayish blue in color, very gaunt, goat-like legs, ram-like horns, no eyes, and a mouth with gangly teeth. And it couldn't be, but what he's describing sounds to you like a Nightwalker.
Not Sorrowsworn. Are you sure that's what you've seen? Because that sounds more like a night walker to me.
It told me I did not belong there. And then when I asked where it was, it said, here is nothing.
Are you done with your spit up and all that?
I hope so. I think so.
Okay. Remove your armor and stand up for me, or at least lean forward.
Armor's
Finish.
already off.
Yeah.
I thought you
Nell
said
did
you
that.
just. I thought you said you just like pulled it back to.
No, at first they were, and then they took it off. And as they were taking it off, as they finished taking it off, is when the spin up happened.
He pushed away Nell, and then
Yeah.
Desmond's gonna go over and inspect them.
Sure, give me a medicine roll. I mean, the marks on his chest definitely look like they could have been made by one of those. When you know what they are, you know that they are large creatures. It's not adding up to you. But, I mean, you've seen weirder shit happen in the last week, so, I mean, hey.
Well, I don't doubt you went to the Shadowfell. The plane where Nightwalkers reside is almost deeper than that, though. And if one of those is the creature that you've seen, there's not really any possible way you would be talking or even alive right now. Normal or vivify, resurrection, anything of the sorts doesn't work to the victims of Nightwalkers.
I think we need to talk separately.
And as Desmond's like looking over at Thrain, who just like eyebrows raised, look over to the other two.
We'll try to stand up if you guys allow him to.
No, Nell has already, like, with that being said, Nell just kind of like picked up the mortar and pestle, like what they were working with, and are like going down to the kitchen, and they're gonna try to see if they'll give them like a kettle of water to make tea out of this and stuff. Like, they're still treating this like, but he's still got a fever, even if this is some crazy deeper than Shadowfell creature that would have killed him. Still gotta try to help him feel better. What the hell's happening? They're doing what they can. They feel helpless, and they're just trying to help.
Roderick's got the goggles back on top of his hat. He's blindfolded again. He's sitting there cross-legged. It's like, as you wish. I will go find some dirt for you. Gets up and starts, staggering his way out, feeling through the doors. That probably knocks over something.
Make a dexterity saving throw for not stepping in the vomit.
Ooh, I like it.
There's a lot there. There's a
So
lot
much.
there.
I like it too much to not do it. We're gonna call that good.
Damn.
Almost slip, but catch yourself.
Like, foot's hovering over it, like, nah.
You step in it and you hear like a eek, like. I'm
Are we
good.
sure it's not a disadvantage for being blinded?
He stepped in it, but he saved himself.
Had I had 3 less enlightenments. That could've been bad.
Roderick puts a platen down on the counter. I'd like 1 enlightenment, please.
But he would know it's a
They're
platinum.
alone now.
Mm-hmm. Haters.
Once they're out of the room, wait another beat or two. I managed to take 1 strike from that thing, but before I could strike it again, everything just went black. I heard these voices. They said they were like screams in the back of my head, Cliff. These like screams in the back of my head. And then everything. Then everything just went dark.
Desmond's eyes get wide, and he like goes face to face with you, and like grabs your eyes and like looks into them. You didn't do that new thing you do when we're fighting, where you start screaming and charging in, did you?
No, you gave me plenty of warning for that. I knew better. I had this distinct feeling I was in the shadow, though.
He like sighs and sits back, then goes back and like locks the door, gets a chair and sits in front of you.
Just before I saw the creature, there was bright blue, almost tealish light that was there. And then I saw the creature.
Desmond, this would immediately freak you the fuck out.
Hey, wait for the whisper to go through. Seeing his face change will wait, like, what? Does your face change when I say that? Let me ask that, because I know you've been trying to keep your hold of your emotions.
His brow gets like furrowed, and instead of like looking at you, he's kind of just like looking at the wall, just staring, his eyes moving around as he's like thinking.
What? What did that mean? Something?
teal light. Bright teal light.
Pretty sure.
You know, like get up, start pacing. That's a tear. That's a tear in the plane. That's a tear from my plane to the plane that you went to. That's not good. Like, just start roughing his hair up. He's like, that's not fucking good.
Where did I go? Then.
It's called the negative plane. Like I said, it's like a layer deeper. It's like it said, it's empty, nothingness. It's if the beings of that plane get to the Shadowfell, if that plane starts leaking into the Shadowfell, that's it.
Is there anything we can do to prevent that?
I need to expedite what I'm doing here.
There was also another thing. Once I fell, everything just felt empty. Nothingness. And then this voice came to me. Said they shouldn't be able to talk to me. That the creature is right, I shouldn't have been there. And then they started claiming stuff about the empty gathering table from Morden, like I saw in the past dreams. He said he could hear all my doubt. Then they offered me a choice. What was the wording on that again, Cliff?
Basically, you could either choose to embrace death or to wield it like a blade.
Choice to embrace death and go, or for whatever that means, or wield it. Be one of their, what was the phrasing?
Avatar of death.
right. Yeah, be their avatar of death.
Well, divine avatar, I should say. Sorry.
Divine, yeah. Be their divine avatar of death. And I accepted. And then next thing I remember is waking up in the sand. And then now everything just feels off. All my teachings, it's like I'm getting replays of them, but they're changed. I don't understand it.
Whoever spoke to you has the power to bring someone back from the fatal blow of a Nightwalker. If they want you to be their avatar, if they are of the Shadowfell, I'm asking you, begging, embrace this. Your strength, if you grow in power, you will feed them, and maybe they can hold back this tear.
I don't even know who they are. I don't even know. Obviously, they're some sort of religious figure, being that they're divine wielder. But who do I pray to? How do I embrace them?
They obviously chose you for a reason, your connection to death, and now they want you to wield it. I don't think you need to do anything different than you were. If your memories of your teachings are being altered, maybe try to focus in on that. The alterations may be what they expect of you. If I'm correct and they are of the Shadowfell, I will help you and give you as much guidance or knowledge as I can provide, but
You still have communication with the Shadowfell, don't you?
it's limited and most of the time one-sided, but I do.
Are you able to ask around for me? I feel the need to thank whoever did this if it's as hard as you say it is. That must be some immense power that I need to have some severe gratitude for.
I'll have my sister be on the lookout for anyone of notable power around the kingdom, around Dusk Hollow.
Warn them of the tear, too.
Of course.
What did we do in there?
We got one of the gems, one of the runes.
I know that, but what was that thing? I'm wasn't fully there. Um, Cliff, what type of role for trying to recognize that I wasn't in full control? Like how the wand was controlling my thoughts and stuff like that.
Yeah, probably wisdom. So, um,
To realize the wand was
yeah,
specifically
yeah,
messing with me.
yeah. Maybe insight.
Yeah, hang on.
Confirm.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you never felt like you were out of control, but you understand that like there was an urge that you had to deliver that wand to a different place than where you did. And that feeling went away immediately after the wand was shattered. So I would say with a 20, good enough for you to be able to put two and two together. That like even though there's nothing that you can say concretely that you were influenced to do this. When you put two and two together from this, like it only makes sense.
Could I also put two and two together with the excessive eating? And then the slight lethargic feeling? Or
Yeah, I mean,
that's a stretch.
no, I mean that makes sense. That like, hey, all of this shit started happening around the time that I finally attuned to this thing. Yeah, I mean, with a 20, yeah, you can make that.
I think that in fact I know almost that wand was pulling my thoughts in but tell me to put the wand on an altar, put it on an altar of some sort. It was down in there, wherever we were. But it wasn't where we went. The urge, I had the urge as soon as I really bound myself to the wand. Also, when I started feeling a little weaker and a lot more hungry. I had an urge to get there as soon as possible. And then once we stepped on the first step, that urge was so much stronger. I don't know how I managed to fight against it, but I was like, what?
Yeah, I was like, what the hell?
But as soon as they broke it, all that went away.
Regardless of what happened and what was pulling you at the moment, we got what we needed, and we'll deal with this one thing at a time.
Do we tell them?
Maybe after we clear our name, keep a level head on everyone until then.
Okay. Okay.
Try to get some rest. If anything comes to you or any of these altered memories become clearer, let me know.
You might help me to my room. So get out of Nels.
Grab up all your stuff in one arm and like lift you with the other.
He'll stand up on his own. He's just doesn't want to collapse in the hallway type thing.
Yeah. So right alongside you, like hand close to your back.
I totally forgot you were in Nell's room when you threw up all over it.
Yeah.
I would have laughed so hard if it was Desmond's room.
Desmond
Get him out,
can
get him
press
out, get him
to
out.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to know where I was going.
Get
I
him
feel
out,
like
get
this
him
is
out,
gonna
get him out.
happen no matter what, but where's it gonna happen?
All right. I'm assuming at this point Nell is rounding back around the corner. They have like a small tray that has like broth on it in a cup that's very obviously a type of tea, and they're just gonna keep following you into the room. There's really not words as they hand you a cup of tea that smells strongly of ginger and chamomile, but there's like a bold apple scent along with it, along with something that's bitter but almost pleasant.
I'll take a sip.
So that Cliff, though, pure white berry with a slight shimmer, which I have noted previously, gives a rush of energy and is lesser restoration, is within the tea as well.
Perfect. Okay.
But it also has natural remedies for killing a fever. The broth that's basically just getting set on your bedside for whenever you're ready has an extremely strong scent of garlic.
Yep. Thank you, Nell.
They just nodded. They're already heading like into the bathroom in your room and like getting another cloth that's cold to like hand off to you because they're just treating you like you're sick now.
Desmond, make sure you let Quillwise know.
We got,
Yeah.
we got the gem, the rune. Once everyone's gathered up and rested, we'll let them know as a group.
About the other stuff too, if you have time.
Right.
But for now, I'm gonna take a nap.
Good, rest is important. I may not understand what ails you, but I know that rest will be important.
I may be in my room for a couple days thinking. If you need me, I'll be available.
And if you need us, it's not like you can't use sending.
We'll give you a look. It's hard to decipher. More of a maybe kind of look. Like,
I'm sure
Yes.
you'll be able to.
If you prefer, I can just bed up on your floor and make sure that you're all right.
right. If they charge extra for the cleaning of your room, let me know.
Nell just kind of like tight smiles and nods, but spoiler, they won't tell him if they do.
Hey. It's Thrain. What do you expect?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then I'll take a nap.
All right. What's everybody else plan on doing?
As they leave, Nell's just gonna look to Desmond with concerned eyes. Is he going to be okay?
Probably better off than any of us at the moment. Desmond's still like running fingers through his hair, like he's scratching his head. Starts to walk into his room and he's like, "Divine chosen."
All right, what's Nell and Roderick up to? No, Roderick.
With knowing that Thrain is settled and, according to Desmond, better off than the rest of us and heading towards his room, considering what just happened, Nell is going to now be moving towards the barracks to see if they need help with anything. With whatever the fuck just happened.
Okay. And what's Roderick off doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just in his room. He's gonna be practicing a little bit more and then do some crafting.
Okay. I think you already did the crafting for today.
Okay, then yeah, he's just gathering more enlightenments.
Okay. That's super important. Gotta get those enlightenments.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Nell, as you head out of the boot and start walking down the main street towards where the barracks are at, like there's a lot of hustle and bustle going on from the Dragon Guard, and by the time you make it there, like you see like a small sect of guards heading out in a group, and they're like in marching formation, heading out towards the direction that you're coming from.
Nell will just kind of join up with them, and whoever seems like they are leading the group be like, should I offer my assistance here or head to the barracks to...
They'll kind of just give you a nod and they'll say, we're not sure exactly what all needs to be done or can be done at this time. We had felt tremors and The guards that we sent out to investigate said that the dig site is caved in. We need to assess damage. We need to see what's going on.
Nell just nods and continues to move towards the barracks, like
Okay.
just to see if Highblade has anything specific that he's like, no, we need somebody like you doing this, or if he says, get the fuck out of here.
Okay, yeah. So you head inside the barracks and his door's open, and he's standing in there with one of his captains, and when he sees you walk in, he sort of looks past the captain and he says, "Have you heard?"
Of the collapse, yes.
Do you know anything about it?
All I know is that it was happening, and I got a sending that there was some sort of beings attacking at one point before it all fully ended up caving in.
Have you been there yet?
When I was there, it was all caved in, and we didn't know what else to do, so now we're over here. Now I'm here, seeing if you have anything that you need me to do.
Can I get a deception check?
For my omission of the full truth,
Mhm.
sure. I'll
Uh,
take that 19.
okay. So 21. He just kind of gives you a firm nod, and he's
22, actually. My deception's a +3.
oh, okay, yeah. He gives you a firm nod. He's like, well, if there was nothing going on when you were there, hopefully there won't be anything too dire to report back. Did you happen to see any of my men that were stationed out there?
Nell's got a solemn look on their face, and the hole was much wider than it was last time I had visited. And the cave-in looked like it would have taken anyone on the edges with it.
That was about 50 feet around 100 feet deep.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
He gives you a nod. As I feared. I will let you know if we need you. I have a group of men heading there right now. They're going to survey. See if they can find any of the lost men. And try to gauge whether this sinkhole is any sort of risk to Sandscale. Thank you for letting me know, and I appreciate you being here to offer your assistance.
Nell nods. If there's anything I can do to assist in any form of recovery or what have you, you know where to find me.
Well, once we determine the stability, we will likely be sending people down. Hopefully recover bodies. God's willing, alive. But if nothing else, bring their bodies up to lie them to rest properly. If you would like to assist in that, it would be helpful.
I'm more than willing.
He kind of puts his hand on the shoulder of the captain next to him, and he says, "Make sure you let the order know when we actually intend on going inside." And he gives him a nod, and he looks back at you, and he says, "Thank you again."
And with that, Nell goes to move to like head back to the like they're going to leave, and then they turn and they just kind of nod to the High Blade. You're a good man, Fenris. And they just keep moving. And they're going to go back to the boot and clean their fucking room
Okay.
and have a maid person help them too, hopefully, maybe?
Sure. For a few silver, sure you could get
Yeah.
someone to help. What's Desmond doing?
I guess he's working on his weapon, but he has Ava up in front of him, and he's like keeps pausing and like looking over at Ava, then stopping and going back to working on the weapon.
And while doing that, all of a sudden you hear a little bit of a scurry, and you see Ava launch off the table and out the window.
And he like has one of the pieces in his hands. He looks over at Ava, puts it down, just goes over to the window. Hey!
And you see it like fly around, and it like flies towards the front of the building.
Excuse me. He like waits there for a second, then damn bird closes the window and walks out.
Yeah. So, as you head out into in front of the boot, you see Ava like perched up on the northern gates, just looking out front.
And like in the gates of all of Sandscale,
Yeah.
walk underneath her and just like, what's going on?
And as you're underneath there, like looking up, you see Ava looking off towards the north. And as you're looking down the northern pass, you see this lone horse-drawn buggy slowly making its way up the path towards Sandscale.
He'll like wait at the gate, like cross his arms, start tapping his foot, and just like keep looking up at Ava and looking towards this thing.
Yep.
Oh, hi!
Is this Ava?
And as the cart breaches into the city, it stops. and you see Ava's eyes just kind of follow the cart as it comes into the city, and you see out steps Shatter Kai, and as it does, you see Ava fly over and land on top the carriage.
Desmond will kind of just like stand there and stare, as looking up at Ava slowly, then back down at this person.
And I'm assuming I'm in front of Ava at this point.
Yeah. So as soon as you step out of the cart, like on the top of this like horse-drawn buggy, like big white bird is sitting on top there, like looking down at you.
Does this bird belong to anyone?
That is my familiar. Seems to be drawn to you.
Oh my god. Is it friendly?
I think so.
Oh, that reminds me. Shit. What's fuck. Should I open this first?
Maybe best.
Open. Siri's told me that you had a bird, so I'm assuming you're Desmond.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That took a lot longer to find you than I thought it would. And as she's saying that, she's walking towards everyone.
Oh, the only person there right now would be
It's just
Desmond.
Des.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, stop, messenger.
Yeah, it's an issue.
Getting everything muted before session is a process.
There we go. There. Hopefully that's... No, it did not. Okay, maybe. So I guess I'm gonna start walking up to Desmond, and I'm assuming at this point in time I've been riding for a while.
Yeah, I mean the the trip from Sea Bluff to Sandscale on cart is a 6-day journey.
Yeah.
Jeez.
As much as I would like to discuss everything as to why I'm here, I have been riding for a very long time. Where are you currently staying?
Like his arms still crossed, points behind you to the tavern. I believe this is the tavern to stay at.
Okay, I am going to go and find a room and settle, and then we can discuss everything shortly. And she's just going to kind of walk off and go towards the tavern to find a room.
and then
Just like,
Ava gets off the cart and flies onto your shoulder.
I'm just going to like kind of...
Not yours, onto Desmond's. Sorry.
Okay, I was confused.
Desmond's just like still running his hands through his hair, scratching his head, and looks over at Ava. Really?
I just feel like this awkward scene is probably when Nell rounds the corner to start heading back from the barracks.
Yeah, we could say that. Like as you're heading back from there, you would see Desmond talking to a woman in this blue dress, and you're too far away to make any conversation out, but you would see them split ways and then her walk into the boot.
The boot.
Nell just walks up behind the stressed head scratching Desmond, just
It's too big.
You keep moving the sand sail map.
I just shared it so Christina could have it.
she did so many times. You seem stressed.
I don't know what I am right now, and he starts walking towards the boot. Do you want to have lunch? I have a feeling I'm gonna have lunch in a minute.
Sure. Nell just kind of smiles, looking at you, and then looks at the cart that's just been abandoned in the center of the street and follows you.
Well, the car's not abandoned. I mean, there's still the driver in it. Like,
Okay, I was imagining her as the driver.
no,
so
no,
she
no.
Just, like,
She was just a passenger.
Dad was like, okay, bye. What the fuck?
She skirted it and just ghost rode it into town. That's where the fuck that goes right there. No, there's a driver, and after everybody clears out, it pulls away. And Desmond, as you walk into Desmond and Nell, as you walk into the Obsidian boot, you see this person is at the counter, and you overhear them saying, "Your room was already paid for in advance. You'll be on the topmost floor." And then some random person that's there just like stops, and then they like look at her and they're like, "Can I help you carry your bags?"
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you.
And then the person who's working behind the counter, they're like, "I'll show you your way." And then they like get out, and then they lead the way, and then this lady is following behind, and then some random person is following behind her carrying her luggage.
So afterwards, I'm just gonna like get like settled and stuff like that. I mean, I'm assuming it's still daytime.
Yeah, it's like midday right now.
Oh, then yeah, no, definitely not gonna rest. I'm just gonna like get settled, possibly go for like a quick wash, and then head down with everyone. Or head down to find Desmond.
Sure. So like Desmond, as you see like them walking up the stairs and whatnot, you see them heading in like the direction of where like your room is.
He'll like kind of pace back and forth while he's still like rubbing his temples, and sees that, kind of follows a little bit, making sure that she's not getting put into my room.
She's put in the room directly across the hall from you.
Yeah, walks back down the stairs, starts rubbing both temples.
Nell's just watching him, like, somewhat awkwardly, like, do you know her?
Yes. Vaguely.
Is this a bad thing?
I guess we'll find out.
Okay.
I'm assuming towards that tail end is when I'm gonna be able to. I walk in.
Mm.
So I'm assuming you guys are sitting at like one of the lunch tables.
Probably at this point, since he had just said to Nell, like, you want to get lunch.
Okay, then I'm gonna go sit down and kind of like look over the menu and see if I find anything tasty. And as I'm looking it over, um, I'm gonna kind of glance at you.
Desmond's gonna point in the direction of the like top floor rooms and send a message to Roderick. Hey, do you want to do lunch right now? There's someone here that you might want to meet.
So does Roderick know its message, or does Roderick think Desmond is there?
uh, yes, Desmond. I sensed your presence. Someone that I want to meet, is this kind of a hint that there's trouble and I should be ready for a trap?
No, this is someone that you might be interested in meeting.
That cleared up nothing, but okay. All right. Lead the way, I'll follow you. Gets up and starts walking towards the door.
I'm assuming at this point there's gonna be a server.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, someone would already came over. So I will say for you, looking over the food the entire time that you've been on the material plane, it's been kind of a weird experience for you because from where you come from, you have none of the same amenities that you're used to. The food here is all weird. None of the stuff that you ate back at the Shadowfell you can find here. And still trying to get used to, like, this plane in general. And then you get to a place like this, and, like, all the food is, like, desert. So nothing that you're used to is here. So you looking over this menu, there's probably very few things that you even know what they are.
Okay. So she's obviously gonna just order something that sounds appetizing.
Salad.
The chicken salad is really good.
Meanwhile, the whole time Nell is just looking over this individual, completely unsure how to, like, respond or act or what they're here for.
So after I'm done ordering, I'm just gonna like sit there and just like wait.
Desmond's like sitting there, hands on a table, like his fingers are like hitting the table, like a rhythm, as he's just waiting for Roderick.
Yeah.
So, my name is Nell Ombretash. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Oh yes, my apologies. My name is Esmeralda. It is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance as well.
Nell just kind of like awkwardly looks around, like, not gonna say anything else. Okay. What is happening? Who is this broad?
Roderick just stumbles down the stairs.
I just always am imagining him like falling down the stairs and getting up like nothing fucking happened. Just like, hello.
Muted.
Why, yes, I meant to do that. Yeah, so after a few awkward moments, Roderick would make his way there.
He will come and feel around and
Give me a perception roll with disadvantage.
Desmond's like, Roger, why am I even?
We'll go with.
He walks in and very confidently sits down at the table, like across the room from you.
Nell just sighs and gets up and walks over and just like taps on his shoulder. Wrong table.
I was testing to make sure you were paying attention. You
Whatever.
passed.
As he gets up, she just kind of like, they just kind of like grab his arm, like link arm, and just start walking towards the table that we're actually sitting at, and they move him to a seat that is unoccupied.
Someday I will have to teach you at least to get one enlightenment. I think you've earned that much.
So, Christina, to bring you up to speed, Roderick has a blindfold over his eyes. He is walking around completely blind. So you would see
Don't
this.
ask
By
questions.
choice.
It's not worth it.
You would see this
By choice.
dark-skinned gentleman in a big duster with a blindfold on,
And a cowboy hat.
and then sitting down.
Yeah, after he says to Nell, I'll get you one enlightenment someday, Nell just kind of like taps him on top of the head and then just goes and sits on in the seat they were at before.
I'm assuming more minions of yours?
Minions? Hold on. Desmond, who is this?
I'm actually the leader of the Eclipsean Order, thank you.
Does Roderick pull the blindfold off for that one? To see who the fuck's got the audacity?
Like he's about to it. It's fucked up my enlightenment.
These are my partners of the Eclipsean Order. Nil already introduced themselves. They are currently the designated leader. There is one other, Thrain Ironforge. He is a bit under the weather at the moment. He probably won't be joining us. This is Roderick Wolvencroft. Everyone, this is Esmeralda.
You can call me as.
Oh.
I closed it again.
Would you do that?
That's what Siri calls me.
This is Megan trying to remember. Siri is Desmond's sister, right?
Mhm.
No? Yes?
Yes, well,
Yes,
it's
okay.
Siri. Yeah. But I call her Siri.
Okay.
And you are from where?
Oh, my apologies.
Right, you're blindfolded. This is another Shatterkai.
Okay, like from here, Shadow Kai, like you, or from like
No.
Desmond's?
No. Pure-blooded, not mixed. Just like Des.
Oh, Des. Okay, so the family's here. Okay, yeah, I was rooting for you guys. I'm so glad you won. Yeah. All right, so
Are there others here?
What does she mean by pure blood?
Nell
She's-
just kind of like gestures to their face. Shatterkai can breed with elves.
they do the gesturing to the tattoo a lot. It's their offspring of a Shatterkai and something else.
So there's more of us here.
Ugh. I'm still working it out.
Interesting. We may not have to complete the plans as we thought, if that's the case.
Things have changed. Are there more that came with you?
With me? No.
Oh, fuck.
Well, at least not to my knowledge.
Why did my sister send you then?
Mm, more or less to make sure you're okay. And for me to be continuing my research as well.
Desmond like looks over at Ava again. He's like, really?
The server comes over and puts the plate in front of you, Esmeralda, and this meal that you ordered just looks nothing like you thought it was going to look.
Getting a look at Desmond. Is this edible?
It's fine.
Looks at the server. Thank you.
Like
Tentatively kind of like pokes at the food.
she kind of like jokingly, she's like, "You get a couple pints of meat and all the food will taste good."
Me? Very confused. I guess I will have one then.
She smiles, kind of gives you a wink, and then she walks away.
Make
If
sure
you
she
are
gets the
unaware-
special.
If you're unaware, Esmeralda, that's a type of alcohol. Nell just kind of has a quick moment where they look at Desmond. You guys do have alcohol in the Shadowfell, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
She's just gonna kind of like just shrug and just start slowly eating.
I was trying to figure out how the hell I was going to explain alcohol to somebody who had never heard of it before.
Poison you can ingest.
Yeah. A mild toxin that we intake that makes us feel nice. Like, what? Like, yeah, it's great.
I would say that Shadowfell probably doesn't have mead because mead requires honey, and I don't think there's a whole lot of bees on the plane of shadows.
I know, that's why I started with it's a type of alcohol. And then immediately was like, wait.
Christina, you should have said alcohol. God, I really fucked everything up.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm like fresh out of school, so.
But that doesn't mean you ain't never heard of alcohol before. I think even a child has.
Depends where you grew up.
Hmm.
Those gummy worms.
You're not allowed to have any more candy from me.
So salty.
What type of schooling did you have, Esmeralda?
That was it.
You were researching
Esmeralda
here.
speaking. That was me saying it.
I know, but you
Oh.
also earlier said to Desmond that Siri sent you so you could continue your research.
Mhm.
So, what kind of research are you doing?
It's complicated, and I'm not sure how much information you know about where we come from.
We know of the situation with the Shadow Sworn and attempting to bring the kingdom of the Shadowfell here.
Oh, well, I guess that makes it easier. So my main purpose is just the exploration research of it all. I obviously come from the House of Blue, or the House of Night, as most people know it. So that's what I'm here to research. haven't had a whole lot of hands-on.
Got it. You'll forgive me. I don't really know anything of the houses other than the Dusk. I don't know my own lineage, so.
Then, what color is your magic?
Hers doesn't work like theirs. Don't work like that.
I have 2 magics. Some of it is as if void of color and is sucking in all of the light. And the other magic I cast, which only recently seemed to arrive, is a deep indigo, somewhere between blue and purple.
That's not possible. What do you mean it doesn't work like ours?
Like I said, I'm looking into it.
Well, this would be a good beginning for subject for my research, if that's okay with you, of course.
I actually have a he'll pull out his book and lay it down in front of Esmeralda. This is their family marking.
She's gonna take it and just start looking it over, and any other notes related to Nell.
No notes, it's only just the marking.
Okay, then I guess after looking at the marking, I'm gonna copy it, and after turning a few pages and not saying anything, and being like, why are there no notations?
My attention is required elsewhere.
And because he can just ask. And Nell goes to just cast Bless just to show their magic. And they're like, so this is what the darkness looks like. And the devoid of color almost sucks the light out of the air, just kind of like appears in their hand as it like sends out towards all of you.
She's just gonna look at it and just say fascinating and start writing down notes.
She'll just kind of they'll just kind of shake their heads studying this odd woman as they see it, and then they go to concentrate on a smite as they had before. Of course, they're not actually going to do anything about with it, but like just to like bring the power into their arm, like the concentration before you were to use it, to have the dark indigo about them. And this is the magic of my father's line.
That one would seem familiar to you, Esmeralda.
Out of curiosity, the second one that you did, was that from which lineage you said?
My father's side?
And he was the one that was the pure blood, as you so put it?
Both of my parents are shadow touched, is shadow marked is what we are called. To be part Shatterkai, so the darkness is of my mother's line, which is also partially Shatterkai, and the indigo is my father's.
She's just gonna be writing all this down in her notebook.
The markings on their face, this shadow mark is of my mother's bloodline, rolls up the sleeve for the for the large intricate one that you had already copied down, and there's my father's. I was born with the markings of my mother's line, and only recently did my father's appear on my skin.
Did you intend on like hailing Thrain or anything through all this, or no?
Thrain said he was gonna be napping, so not really.
Okay.
Let sleeping dogs lie.
Brain gets angry when you wake him up early. You guys know that.
And plus, we think you have like some. Nell's like, he's got a fever and stuff. We gotta make sure he's getting whatever the hell that is out of his system.
But how much time has passed, Cliff?
How much time you want to
Since I-
pass?
Because Thrain threw up all the food he ate. He's gonna be hungry.
You do have your broth and your tea.
That ain't actual food. He's gonna be hungry.
If I said I was hungry and someone gave me that, I'd be mad.
What I meant was like you at least had something to put in your stomach, so
Yeah.
might not have wanted food immediately.
Say mid-afternoon, if is where Thrain would end up getting up. Mid to late afternoon, like 3-4 o'clock. If it was still, because I was out there early morning.
Yeah,
That all happened.
I said when Nell first left, it was around midday. So it's probably 1-2 in the afternoon.
Okay. Yeah, Thrain wouldn't be up yet.
Okay.
About 4-ish, he'd be getting up. Whenever that ends up being.
Okay. And a few moments later, a waitress comes back and she puts a wooden stein in front of you, Esmeralda.
I'm assuming
That-
like in between the conversation, so I'm just gonna pick it up and drink it without like really paying attention.
Can I have a con save, please?
Oh god, did you give her the dwarven mead?
So as you take a sip of it, like at first, it's kind of nasty, and then it's kind of sweet and it's kind of pleasant, and then you feel the burn. But any of this is pretty comparable to any alcohol you may have had back in the Shadowfell. It's not super strong. No, they didn't bring the dwarven stuff.
I was like, Jesus Christ, you're killing her.
And really takes a sip, just dies. Like, oh, well, fuck. Thanks for playing, Christina.
Can you visually describe Esmeralda for us, other than just wearing blue and is Shatterkai?
She is gonna be on the smaller side for Shadowkai. You are gonna notice that she is very athletic built, though. She seems almost timid in her conversations with you. I would say she has about medium hair length. Obviously, very
Yeah,
pale.
and at the very least, see the headshot. I was just trying to figure out everything else.
If you look in the Amethil chat, there's a full body chat too. But she's wearing a long black skirt with a blue scarf, blue hat. Well, black hat with a blue like sash on it.
Yes, yes.
And she's white.
She sure is.
You're always gonna see her with the grimoire.
I'm just zooming in on her.
Features.
A face tattoo.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't even looking at the hips.
So, I have to ask, how did you get here?
To the portal.
Oh, through the portal. I'm sorry, that doesn't clear up anything?
Like the tear near Eniratema, or
I am still not familiar with your names of your lands.
was it a different continent? You had to go by sea to get here.
Yes.
Okay.
Why didn't more come with you?
It's not an easy passage, and the more hands we have assisting with everything going on back home, the better.
Huh. So they sent the student.
Yes, let's go with that.
How would you put it?
No other way. When she goes back to eating.
I mean, from what Desmond described of the death tax, it makes sense that they would send someone inexperienced whose set position in society wouldn't be strong enough to cause a major loss in their absence.
Okay, so what is... You've come to check on him. You now know that things are terrible, so now what is your goals now? Or what is your mission?
To assist and to research on the way.
Gather information to give back to who?
Siri.
Desmond's sister.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you not know?
Of course I knew that. Okay, so... Should something... Okay, so we have a concern that should something happen to him, this would be bad for everyone back at your home. Are we suggesting, and I don't mean offense by this, I'm just being very direct, you're expendable?
Yes.
Huh, all right. Okay, as long as we don't have another royal person we have to, like, dive in front of, like, death spells for or anything. Okay, cool. That works for me. No further questions.
Esmeralda, in your mind, you get a message from Desmond. Do you not wish for them to know of your house?
Looks at him puzzled. I don't remember. Am I able to talk back with this?
Mm-hmm.
What would they need to know?
Need not as much as you're willing to tell, I guess.
considering that they are expendable, then no.
I'll explain things to you later, but no one in this group is expendable anymore.
By your father's wishes?
By mine.
I will send message to Siri and see what she thinks of it all.
So, everyone gets quiet, and out of nowhere, Desmond just like leans forward and just does this.
Hmm.
Just them staring at each other, and
Nell
making
thinks
slight
it's
head,
just another awkward silence.
making head gestures like.
How
For some reason, Roderick is unaware.
how is the Dusk Hollow? How long after I left were you sent?
If I checked the calendar correct, a month and a half. She's very worried.
How long has Desmond been on the material plane? That we know of?
7 months, about. Yeah, let's go with worried.
Nell's just awkwardly eating their meal.
Oh, my legs. I'm assuming
So-
at this point.
How? Wait, nope, that was in heads. For the how long were you sent after me? That was in head message. I was gonna
No,
respond
I don't think
to
it
it.
was. I don't
I
think
don't
it
think
was.
I was. I thought you said that out loud, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, how long have you been on the material plane searching then? Just trying to figure out the time differences between the planes, because we've had Desmond here for a few months. And I know before that he spent a few months on the other continent.
I don't know how to tell your time yet. It's been a while. I should just leave it at that.
Nell just nods and is just kind of like looking at Desmond, not sure how he's taking it that she's here, trying to like mentally piece together things, but it's hard to do considering Desmond doesn't show a hell of a lot of emotion sometimes.
Desmond is sitting there with his hands in his face like this.
I know.
If nothing else, I would say this is probably the most emotion you've seen from Desmond in a while.
Yeah.
Has anything major happened at Dusk Hollow since I left?
Major? No. A few more have turned. Series studies are going good. Nothing else that I can think of. I thought you were in communications.
We have slight communications. Like I said, mainly one-sided. Ava here is actually not mine. It's hers.
And Esmeralda, are you going to be staying, or were you just going to be checking in on Desmond and then returning?
I have no intention of returning.
Oh. Why is that?
Um,
You don't have to share if you don't want to.
Given what you do know, it is our intent to bring everyone here. So why would I go back?
Well, I guess if it's home is not a place that is treasured, that makes sense.
We unfortunately frequently go through some rather difficult battles. So I wanted to be sure that you are capable of taking care of yourself when things take up, or if we are figuring out if we are to be attempting to protect you.
As you say that, this random person from the bar walks over and they walk up to Esmeralda and they say, "Can I clear off your table for you?"
Oh, yes, thank you.
And they grab the stuff and then they go and throw it in the garbage and bring everything up to the counter.
Nell's looking over this individual and then looking back at Esmeralda. Can I make some sort of an Arcana check to see if this guy's if she's just like charming people?
Sure. Sure.
It's not gonna be good because Nell is not Arcana, but you know.
Should have saved that 19. You do not sense any magical interference or anything like that?
Even if I were to, wouldn't any of my spells be noticeable? Or is that one of the ones that are like invisible?
I mean, there are some spells that don't have any kind of components that you could do. Most of them you'd be able to see if you did them, though.
I'd say special classes have special things. Special people, special things.
Mm-hmm. But for all intents and purposes with this roll, you do not notice anything magical, no.
What skills do you have to protect yourself when we have to deal with combat?
I have no intention on fighting.
I can't say the people that want to hurt us have that same thought process as you.
It's more of defense. I'm asking if we need to ensure your safety, if you're a liability or not.
She's gonna look at Roderick and be like, "But everyone here is so nice."
Mm.
Nell's going to just sigh and put their hand on their face. It's like, that's because you're beautiful, Esmeralda.
I thought
Roderick, she's what?
Does he take the blindfold off?
he shifts his position a little bit.
Ooh, you gain an enlightenment for that.
Yes.
she's gonna look at
But
Nell.
we're not dealing with the average individual.
I don't see any need to fight these lesser beings.
Desmond hasn't moved at all. You're like,
And Nell's just sitting there and just takes a deep breath and goes, all right, so we have a primordial malevolence that is sieging cities and such. We don't have a choice but to fight when a horde of undead comes after us. Or what have you.
Then I am more than capable.
Thank you.
she's a Shatter Kai. She can defend herself.
I don't know what kind of schooling she has. That's all I was looking for.
She's a Shatter Kai. She can defend herself.
Nell rolls their eyes with zero hiding it.
Okay, so
Back on this.
there's a word for this.
Pacifists don't like to fight.
Yeah, there we go. Are you one of those?
In your world, yes.
That's not going to work for our world. Okay. You practice magics like Desmond does, maybe?
No one studies like the royals.
Take that as a yes. Does any of your magics turn into like fire or blow up shit or maybe like make someone just vaporize or something, something? Maybe not necessarily someone, but something that can be applied to someone if necessary?
You wish to know if I'm capable of harming another being?
Yes.
Then yes, I am.
Good. You're going to need that, like, a lot. I mean, I know you'll feel terrible, and,
Something tells me she won't.
alcohol, like we've been consuming, helps with that. So if you can, like, use your hurdy magics when necessary, we will have lots more mead, and it's all, breaks even.
She's gonna look at Desmond. Is he all there?
Nell's just gonna also shake their head. No.
Yes, you can't. The enlightenment puts me up. Okay, yeah, I get it.
I just picture this
Nell's
entire time
just going
Roderick's
to-
looking away from them while he's talking to. Like Esmeralda's over here and he's over talking like this.
Nell just looks at Esmeralda and mouths so that because Roderick's blindfolded, he can't see it anyways. And goes, he's just an idiot.
Oh,
Roderick, give me a perception check at disadvantage.
Watch me ace this. Disadvantage. Oh, wait, that's deception. We don't need that. We need perception.
You totally pick up on Nell mouthing that he's an idiot.
He's so good.
Call it what you will, but I'm smart enough to still be alive.
And he says that immediately after you mouth it.
Mm-hmm. And he like kind of tilts his head towards Nell and like raises an eyebrow, like.
Not that we can see that.
Eyebrow pops over the.
Sin gets it.
They
we
are-
agreed it was going to be serious.
Oh yeah. John,
100%.
you gain another enlightenment.
Yeah. Like so many. Nell can't keep up.
They are capable and trustworthy. And he like leans back in his chair. So there's nothing going on, no dire news, and you came to assist.
More or less.
Okay. How is my sister?
Consumed with studies. She grows thin.
Of course. And how is your family?
They are as well one can be in this situation. My adopted family.
My father's general said that they are looking into other planes, and as for here, my personal goal has not brought up any positive results.
With the way things were spoken before I left, it doesn't seem like we have much of a choice to be picky.
From recent information, I feel that things are going to speed up exponentially, one way or another.
The way Nell is just going back and forth with like this look of analysis between the two with the whole conversation, just trying to like decipher any like hidden meanings. Just what the fuck is going on right now?
Do we?
Desmond finally starts like sitting up and eating his food.
Surprised you didn't have us put on our fancy pants clothes, considering she's from a noble house. Nell just kind of like jokingly but bumps Desmond.
She's not of a noble house.
Well, she said House of Blue, so I assumed. Sorry.
What does she mean by fancy pants?
They have court attire.
But aren't they peasants?
Peasants.
It's one way to say advisor.
Your sister did not speak on the company you choose to keep, so I am unfamiliar with how to address.
Feel free to speak to them as you would me or my sister.
I feel like at this time, Thran will come slowly walking down the stairs.
What's Thrain wearing?
Just his undershirt for under his armor.
Just
No
that?
pants? He comes down the stairs, dick out.
Nothing but a t-shirt.
Pants never came off. He kind of just flopped in bed, passed out. But pants and then just,
Just
undershirt.
giving you a hard time, you know that.
Just the undershirt. I froed up.
Oh,
Still got a little gristle in the beard. Yeah, so you come walking down the stairs and like you turn and you see everybody sitting at the table and you're kind of rubbing your eyes a little bit, and then you look and you see a new person sitting at the table with them who happens to be a Shatterkai.
And Nell seems annoyed.
Desmond still seems stressed.
Probably more stressed.
Now.
Walk over. Didn't take long to replace me.
I'm worried about the opposite happening now. Desmond like scoots over to make room for you. This is Thrain Ironforge. Thrain, this is Esmeralda.
Nod. What? Who? Why? What?
She has similar views as Desmond did when he first arrived.
she thinks you're a peasant.
Looks down at herself. I get it with how I look right now.
Yeah, that checks out.
She's already used the term lesser being.
Flag over your server. Order some food.
The server like looks at you like waiting for you to order more.
Yeah.
And
A tall dwarven mead.
You did throw up an awful lot earlier. Are you sure?
I think I figured that out. I'll explain later.
It's like medicine for dwarves.
Give me a dwarven mead too.
Oh, he's the one you mentioned was sick.
Yes.
She immediately picks up her scarf and puts it on as a mask.
So, I don't know with how sick he's been, how pale he is, but he's almost as pale as you are, normally.
So you would look well to me.
You look great.
Yeah. That's why you didn't notice he was sick until they said something. Like, finally, someone normal. Oh, you're sick. Oh.
I had an adventure this morning.
From Amethil.
Desmond's gonna like lean towards Esmeralda. The matron of ravens favors him. And also another from our realm now.
Wait, what?
Nell's got an eyebrow raised, just like looking between the two of them.
But why?
Immediate switch from, oh, what's going on between here, to, oh my fucking god, I'll hit her on the face.
Desmond will like grab Thrain by like the shoulder and like give him a small shake. Once you get to know him better, you'll see that his views almost are in perfect alignment with ours.
She's gonna just be confused.
Yeah, so is Nell.
What's that thing you do, Desmond? The poofy thing?
Oh, our blessing.
Yeah, that.
Desmond like leans forward. He's like, he received a blessing.
Let me look over. Is it always that painful?
No. You did it for a long time. It's not supposed to be that long.
Okay. I did that. Then I woke up with a mouthful of sand and these fancy marks, and I pulled down my shirt. It showed the 4 lines.
Esmeralda, you can do a history roll with advantage if you want.
I've seen that chest before.
That's a real man.
Ah.
You see like purple like claw marks, like a scar across his chest. You don't really recognize like what might have caused it, but you can definitely recognize that it's a scar.
When I do that, Cliff, are they still cold?
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone's getting markings that feel different.
I'm gonna when I do that, I'm gonna stop for a second. Like, why are they cold?
You were cold when I inspected you earlier.
Look over at Desmond. Talk about it here. Do you know why they're cold, or should we wait until not in earshot of others?
That your wound is beyond fatal. That coldness is the touch of death.
So is that how people feel?
Is that what I've been doing to people?
It's terrible.
How does Esmeralda respond when Desmond says, "I've been given a blessing"?
Bewilderment.
I'll say, I think she responded with why.
Yeah.
Well, that was when he said I was favored, and then
Oh.
I just think I want to notice the reaction.
Yeah, no, it would have been complete not understanding. It wouldn't be words.
Mm-hmm.
Which one's the matron though?
It's just a different name for the Raven Queen.
Oh, okay. I was very confused. Wait, the new one or the old one?
Wow.
The
And you
new
call
one's
yourself a
not
Shatter
called-
Kai? Wow.
The new one's not called the Raven Queen. We call her that bitch.
As far as I know, she's like not loved, but like I said, I left like not too long after you, so
Yeah, I mean, so like your people would hate the new goddess of death because
Yeah,
of the
but
fact that
it
like
makes
they.
sense for my person.
Yeah, I'm not saying you. I'm saying like your people as a whole, like society-wise, would hate her because of the fact that like she was what was keeping the Shadowfell alive and thriving, and then when she died, that's when all this bad shit started happening. And then the new goddess of death is like an 8-year-old girl that handles the passing a little bit differently than how the Raven Queen did. So, I mean, you might love her. You're your own person. You can do you. I'm just saying in general. You as a people don't like her.
And to clarify, I was asking as Esmeralda whether or not it was the new or the old Raven Queen that blessed him.
But the new one ain't the Raven Queen, is what we're saying.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I know that.
New or old god, got it.
Esmeralda knows that too. There is no new Raven Queen.
Yeah.
Regardless of what we call her,
New
I'm
goddess of
asking
death.
who blessed him.
The Raven Queen. The one and only.
The Raven Queen, not that bitch.
Right.
When I say the Raven Queen, I mean the Raven Queen. When I say that bitch, you know who I'm talking about.
She's like, yeah, I'm that bitch.
As you're having a conversation, whomever is facing like the entrance to the tavern, you would notice one of the Dragon Guard come in and notice you all sitting there and just start making their way towards you guys.
What now?
Nell sits up straight and greets them.
They give you a nod and they say, the High Blade sent us to let you all know that we are going to begin the expedition into the crater. If you would all like to join us, you may.
If you all will excuse me.
Okay.
Is this something you plan on doing alone?
No. But I'm not going to force you to come attempt to see if we can retrieve bodies and whatnot.
After hearing expedition, Esmeralda's gonna get up.
Roderick's gonna whisper over to Nell. So suddenly they want our help?
Quietly back, there was only one thing they didn't want our help for, Roderick.
Okay, I'm just saying, I don't trust your friend.
Yeah, Nell's just turning and joining the Dragon Guard now and gives a polite nod to the group. If anybody wishes to join me, you know where the site is.
That sounds like an official order to me. Desmond gets up and
Roderick
Give me a minute.
A
sighs.
smug look on Nell's face as they overlook at Esmeralda, just like, that's it, your prince listens to my fucking orders.
Give me a minute to get my armor.
Thank you.
I'll walk upstairs. Slowly put my armor on. Grab the warhammer and shield, and let's head out.
Roderick.
Roderick will wait for Thrain and then walk with him.
Okay. And is Esmeralda joining them?
Oh yeah, no, I said as soon as they said expedition, I got up.
Yeah. I know that. I just didn't know if you meant like you were gonna leave or you were gonna go with them.
Okay.
I didn't know if you were like expedition, nah, or if it was like hell yeah. All right. Yeah. So after 5 to 7 minutes, Thrain makes it back down. And you all start heading out. And as you walk out, as you're all walking through like the lobby, like some random guy runs up and like looks at Esmeralda and is like, "Let me get the door for you," and like opens the door.
Thank you.
And then as you all go out into the streets, you see that there's a small platoon of guards that are there, and you all start heading to the dig site together. Is there any conversation you want to have? Is anybody filling anybody in on anything? Or is it going to be kind of more of just an awkward shamble through the sand? Awkward shamble through the sand. Got it. So...
Yeah, like, unless the two that actually know more information want to share more information, then no.
let's go see what we find. Just as excited and curious as everyone else.
What happened after we left?
So as you all make it to the site, you can see that they have scaffolding kind of built up, and they have rigging equipment tied to it, and they have people that are that have harnesses on, and they're rigged up to drop down in the hole. And as you get there, they offer you all the same, like, any volunteers to go in first, or...
Nell nods and steps forward, but then also kind of like, at one point during the walk, Nell would have just like kind of looked at Desmond and like tapped their head like they want a message. And if he did so, they would just let him know that they...
Well, hold on, you don't know if he did or not.
Okay, yeah.
Desmond just looks and just shakes his head.
You do.
You'll get a message from him, like, go on.
We're the Dragon Guard are aware we were here earlier and that the collapse happened. They know nothing of Thrain's injuries and do not know that we have the room.
Understood.
Much like Roderick said, I don't trust the High Blade as much as I used to.
Now understood.
All right. So yeah. So if you volunteer, they'll hook you into the rigging. Anybody else who wants to go can all get hooked up as well.
No, everyone else could go first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna be like stepping back and like categorizing everything.
Then all right. So Nell's the only one, I guess. They hook you up to the rigging, and you see that your rigging is hooked up to the scaffolding, and affixed to the scaffolding there's this large cable spool. And they just give you a nod that you're good to go whenever you want to. And if you start to like walk backwards into the hole, you start seeing the cable from this large spool unthread as they start guiding you down into the hole. Spencer, thanks for the lurk. So as you get to the bottom, you could see this hole that... Oh, you never actually seen how deep the hole was initially, huh? So you go down by your best estimates, probably about 50 feet or so, and you hit the sand below. And you can see it sort of mold out into this large cavernous opening, which is probably about another 100 or so feet away from where you are. And 2 other Dragon Guard come down with you.
Got it. Going to use Channel Divinity to put Watcher's Will over me and them, to these other 2 to get advantage on Intelligence, Wisdom, and Charisma saving throws as we search through and try to figure this out.
Sure. They basically tell you to send the harness back up when you get down there, so more people can come down.
Mm-hmm.
So all 3 of you unbuckle and send them back up. If anybody else wants to go, let me know. You can. Otherwise, it'll be there's a total of 9 Dragon Guard there. 3 will stay at the top. 2 are down there already, so the next batch, the next 3 will stay down or come down, and then the remaining 1 will either stay up there or come down, depending on the needs. And if you guys want to come down, you can.
After seeing how everything is safe and functioning the way it's supposed to, Desmond will go down.
Desmond, as you look down there, you notice that hole is about half as deep as it was. By your estimates, there's probably 50 plus feet of sand between where Nell is standing and where you were standing before. Yeah, so you buckle up, and anybody else going down with them?
I will.
Same thing you noticed then.
Give Desmond a look. Eyebrow raised. Okay. Head on down.
Esmeralda, Roderick?
Staying up top.
Okay.
Yep, no, I'm noting everything.
Okay. Then one of the Dragon Guard will go down with you. And when you send them back up, the 3 final Dragon Guard will come down. And yeah, so as they're like looking around, like you see them digging with their hands, and like they dig and it's just sand and it's just refilling the holes that they're digging. The 3 of you that are down there, go ahead and give me a perception roll.
Screw you now.
You both had a dirty 20, but exhaustion.
I'm not exhausted.
Both of you would notice like the cavern opening up, And if you were to actually walk over there, are you guys actually exploring this whole area, or like what are you guys doing while you're down here?
Searching for survivors, for bodies, for signs of anything.
Okay. Are you like going to be like trying to dig with like the guard?
Yes, but also exploring what I can of all this, because I don't know where exactly they would be.
Okay, sure.
Is the giant hole still there?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm gonna walk over there and see what look down it.
Sure.
Slowly walk up to it. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want it to cave in.
So like Nell, Thrain, both of you would notice like this giant chasm that's here. Like there was something there that is no longer there. And like as you look down, like this hole could be deep enough to make its way to Avernus itself. Like this very well could be opened up into the Nine Hells for all you all know. Thrain, one thing that you would notice, just the lay of the land here, differently than what Nell might notice, is you could see a small cave about 50 feet across the gap from this, maybe 20 or so feet lower than where you are. You could see like a cave that is in the stone of the cavern. That, from what you could tell, has been revealed now that the temple is no longer there.
Nell goes into their pack and takes a torch, lights it, and throws it down the deep hole. Just watching it sink and fall
Yeah, it
into
just-
not being able to see it anymore.
Yeah, you just watch it as the flame grows smaller and smaller and smaller, and then all of a sudden you don't see it anymore off in the darkness. You never hear it hit anything.
Idoriel scales. Seems to go on forever.
Do you see that cave over there?
Yes.
What do you think that is? I can't tell.
Does this cave that you're mentioning look like it's anything that would have been remnants of the cave diggings from the Hag Countess individuals?
It does not. No, this looks like it's been here a while, and it very clearly looks like it is unnatural. It definitely doesn't look like it's a naturally formed cave, and it's not one of the obsidian tunnels.
Got it, got it. Well, it's certainly not naturally there.
You said it's not an obsidian tunnel?
It is not.
It's a rock tunnel.
Yeah, the actual like rocky structure of like this cavern that you're standing in, it looks like it has been like chiseled into that. It looks like it's been there a while, but it definitely is not natural. And I'll say, Nell, with your 20, you could see a glint of light periodically.
There is some sort of light in there. Do you think one of the people from the expedition could have somehow grabbed onto the edge of that cave when the sink-in happened, and maybe they're on the other side? Nell's sizing up the gap and trying to figure out how the hell they'd get over there to potentially help somebody if that's what's over there.
It's about 50-foot gap.
Mm-hmm.
Thrain's kind of, I don't know. It's a long way down, long way across.
And so now we'll just call out towards the cave where there's a flickering light of some sort. Is there anybody over there?
There. Your voice echoes out ad nauseum into the cave. You get no response, though.
Nell nods, just kind of shakes their head, and turns back to where folks were digging and returns to trying to help with that. See if there's anything we can find.
Sure. With them talking about the cave and whatnot, Desmond, I assume you would notice it from them pointing it out.
Yeah, he'll like walk up and like look over and then walk back towards like the middle of the cave-in area. Hey, Thrain.
Mm.
Can you help me out with something? Can you add light to Eva? And Desmond will like flick his wrist and his gauntlet will come off of him and turn into Eva.
I have my hand out, ready. And then pat bird, cast light.
Then he like sends Eva off, flicks his wrist, summons Ava, then sends Ava off. And they're both gonna fly over there, Eva lighting the way for Ava if there's anything like too dark. And
Like in the
Desmond's
cave
gonna-
itself?
Mhm.
Okay.
And Desmond's gonna look through Ava's eyes.
You see a cave that is carved out like with these like perfectly square walls. A small hallway that juts off at about a 15-degree angle into a natural cave. And inside this natural cave, the floor is littered with gold and gems. And you see a golden statue of someone holding a scimitar up like this. And you see a golden statue on the ground of someone laying in the gold with their hands up towards the other statue. Everything in there is just gold.
Hey, Thrain? Like a unnaturally long pause. Okay, if you're here, this place is covered in gold and gems and gold and a little bit of more gold. And there's a statue made of gold of someone holding a scimitar striking down at another statue. Guess what it's made of? And that person's like kneeling down at them.
Okay.
Oh, also, I found this piece of gold.
And? Probably can't hear me. Didn't think so.
Ava's gonna like try to pluck something off of anywhere.
Muted.
Muted.
She could probably grab some gold.
Yeah. So grab something and fly back.
Okay. Yeah, so, like, as she flies back and you hold your hand out, she drops a gold coin in your hand. Give me an investigation roll.
Ah.
Oh,
It
Ah.
was so close too.
This is an old coin. Like, definitely pre-Vardrock era, because I assume that all the gold coins in fucking Amethil have, like, Vardrock's head on them at this point.
Oh
Damn
my
right.
god! Absolutely, either his mug or Vakta's.
It's his face on one side, and then it's his face on the other side. Uh,
One side he's winking, the other one he's not.
but this is an old coin. Definitely predates the Vardrock era of Amethil.
Desmond will like come out of his trance as he catches it and looks at it. Hey Nell,
Walking on over. Boop-a-doo. Yes.
here you're old. Flicks the coin at you.
Nell
Bitch.
just kind of chuckles and begins to inspect it. I'll make a history roll.
Sure.
What your old ass know about this?
It's fucking old.
Not fucking much, bitch.
This coin predates any coin you've ever seen. With your old ass.
Yeah,
Right.
it's not a coin that I've ever seen.
hold on to it. Quillwise might know.
If you want more, there's the entire room filled with the stuff.
How do we get down there? Something I feel like we should investigate.
You said it was like 50 feet?
50 feet.
50 feet across, 20 feet down.
It's 50 feet, like, total, I would say, to get to the cave.
Okay.
Well, sure, it's interesting historical wise, but something that long buried? I don't know. Perhaps do a locate object to see if somehow there's yet another rune over there. But
I
other than
feel
that,
like-
I don't see any point.
I feel like if there were any other rooms nearby, Terrain would know of them.
It's only 1,000 feet. It's probably that far away from the city as it is. Probably not.
I'm gonna send Ava back in there, grab another one, fly up to Esmeralda and like drop it on her book.
Roderick, you'd see Ava fly and just drop. Oh, yeah, you got your blindfold on. Never mind. Give me a perception roll, Roderick. Give me a perception roll.
Roderick hears the sound that he loves so much of money.
Lightly scratches off the nail of the bird, and you hear the ding. You don't hear shit. Yeah. So
Bird could have been shooting for all he knows.
yeah.
Would you need an investigation roll for me or a history roll?
History roll. But I would say with disadvantage because you don't know fucking anything about the material plane.
Oops.
It looks old. It's a gold coin. Looks old.
I'm gonna thank the bird and put it in my pocket.
Thank you, bird. That was very nice of you. Everyone here's so nice.
Okay. Would it be possible for me to head down there?
Yeah.
If you can traverse the gap.
Well, no, I thought you meant like from the summit to where you guys are.
Oh, I see.
But yeah, you could. If you asked, they would harness you up and then send you down.
Okay, then I'm gonna head right down.
As before you go, can I have a quick word with you?
Oh, yes.
You seem to be the type that values directness. Am I correct?
Yes.
I have unfortunately been in a position where someone has claimed to be hanging around to assist me and check up on me, and they didn't really have the best intentions. So I don't know what the reporting back to his sister's going to do for him, but to put it plainly, Desmond's my guy. You know, if this is something that's going to interfere with what he's trying to do, that's going to be a problem for me. Now, if what you're trying to do here is actually to benefit him, then I have your back. That's a human term. It means I got you covered. I watch you. You know, I look out for you and whatever. But you know, and he seems to know you. Everything seems cool from the way you guys were talking. But you know, so I'm going to assume that if you're a friend and you're coming here as a friend, then you're a friend of mine. But should you have some other intention in mind or a secret mission given to you by his sister or anyone else, I'm just letting you know I will have a personal problem with that.
Okay.
Be sure to be careful on your way down.
She's gonna head down.
Okay. Turns around, walks away.
He's sitting there like, yeah, good talk, good talk.
Is Roger going down, or is he staying up there with the Dragon Guard?
No, he's staying up here.
Okay. Yeah, so they harness you in, they send you down, and you see you see Desmond, Nell, and Thrain sort of in a little semicircle talking to one another.
Gonna make my way over there. Why did your bird bring me a gold coin?
I'm not really sure what all you're cataloging for the House of Night, so I thought a bit of ancient. Anything might be of interest.
Is there more down here I can catalog?
Desmond like gestures. There's a big hole. This is relatively new.
I threw a torch down and we could not see nor hear if it hit a bottom.
Yeah, if you look over there, there's just a large chasm that across the way of it you would see a cave that's about 50 feet from where you're standing at.
Desmond will like kinda keep pretending to look around, even though he knows there's not really gonna be anything.
Yeah, I mean, you can overhear the guards like as they're talking to one another that they're saying like, we might have to report this as a total loss. No signs of anybody down here. You hear them like, I don't even see that big machine that they were digging with.
Walk over to Esmeralda. I don't suppose you have anything that can help in this situation.
Not unless you all wish to be blinded.
Enlightened, you mean?
Gonna look at him puzzled.
Roderick.
And after a few more minutes, he'll just shake his head and make his way back up.
All right, yeah. So after a few, the guards are gonna come to you guys and they're gonna basically say, we're gonna have to report back as a total loss. We don't see us being able to recover anything here. Every time we dig a handful of sand out, it seems like 2 more handfuls get thrown in.
That and I worry of the stability of the sand we stand on here, considering the chasm. It's near bottomless. Hells, I have no idea if it is bottomless.
He gives a nod. He's like, yeah, I think it's best we get out of here.
I think the order will stay for a few more minutes to do some last minute checkups, then we'll head back to.
Nod, and they throw down 3 of the harnesses, and 3 of the Dragon Guard start making their way up.
I presume this means you wish to investigate the cave?
Desmond just holds up a hand and waits for all of the Dragon Guard to vacate.
Yeah, so there's 6 of them down there right now, so, well, 5, I think. So, yeah, so Roderick, you would start hearing, all the Dragon Guard heading back up, but none of your people. With
And
his...
as they are coming up, he's just gonna ask, "How's it going down there?" And he's keeping his hands at his sides.
the guy's not really paying attention. He's like, they're doing some official order business down there. They told us to head up and that they're going to come up after.
Run into any trouble?
No. The exact opposite. There's nothing down there.
Shame.
You don't see it, but he gives you a raised eyebrow. And after they all get up there, they start packing things up.
Once they all get up, Desmond will walk over to the edge and overlook that cave again. Then point at or hold out his hand, flick his wrist, the wand will come out from underneath it and point into the cave and teleport in.
right, give me a D10. Did you use this at all?
Today a lot.
A lot.
What's a lot?
1, 2, 3, 4 times.
Okay. I need a
lot
D10.
for how much he's used it in the past.
I need a D10.
Mm-hmm.
How many times do you use it, you said?
4.
Okay. Then you see Desmond in just like a blur. Thrain, give me a perception or investigation. Your call.
Okay. It's still rolling. Hang on, it's still rolling.
He's just thinking about it.
It's like, when Desmond kind of poofs over there, his body sort of lets out like this, like, almost like a smoke cloud, I would call it, but not, it's not smoke, but like a particle. And it looks exactly like that creature that attacked you. Desmond, you appear over there, and you're in this perfectly smooth, carved out tunnel.
I'll stumble backwards away from the hole. Just
Thrain, are you all right?
he's lost in thought.
Nell looks over to where Desmond has gone and ties their rope to an arrow and tries to see if they can, like, get it over there.
What the fuck?
Desmond, catch!
You, but just trying to, like, get it into the wall or something beside the entrance to see if we can establish a route back.
Okay.
Forth.
What skill are you going to use to ensure that the rope is safely fastened to this arrow and that the arrow will stick to the other side?
Sleight of hand for, to see if I can properly mat.
Sure. I like it. I would also go with survival would probably be alright for that. Okay. Give me a ranged attack roll.
Hey Cliff, can I no longer be prone?
No.
Hey, Desmond.
Man, it's weighted weird with that, rope.
Yeah, it is.
Is that a deck save from Desmond?
No. You shoot the arrow, and it travels over to the other side. It hits the stone wall, and it bounces off, and you watch as your arrow and rope.
Oh no.
I wasn't gonna not hold the other side of rope.
Okay, well, the arrow and the rope are still... So you might be holding it, but that other end of it is...
Okay. Yeah. Pull it back up.
Sin, you're not whispering.
I know.
Yeah, bitch. Like, I was like, is that a whisper to me or to Esmeralda?
I can put two and two together.
So could I.
Ah.
Like, when I first saw it, I thought it was a whisper to me. I was about to whisper back since fucking when.
Dang.
You gonna try it again?
You got this.
Desmond, you're on the other side in this perfectly carved out tunnel. that goes about 15 or so feet, and then it curves at about a 15-degree angle, and it goes another like 5-10 feet in, and then you see that natural cave in there.
I'm gonna eat the
Cool.
berry that's sky blue with a cloud-like texture.
I don't know what that does offhand. Do you know what that one does already, or are you just guessing?
No,
Oh, okay.
I'm making a guess. I went, wonder if this does a fly thing. Or is this cloud giant? Who knows? We'll find out.
Which one is it?
Sky blue with a cloud-like texture.
Okay.
Okay, while you're figuring that out, I'm gonna poop over there as well.
It's a 50-foot gap. It's 50 feet. His wand does
Desmond
other
has a
special
special
stuff.
wand.
Yeah.
Yeah, his wand is not the same thing. You say the sky blue with a cloud-like texture?
Yes.
As you pop that one into your mouth, it has a very light taste. And you feel yourself become weightless. You do have a flying speed of 20 feet.
I have words that I'm not gonna say. Because they're not my thoughts to have.
Megan has those thoughts. I can tell you that. But Nell has an 11 in intelligence. So we're gonna roll for that.
Rolling for what?
I have no clue.
If they mentally think better about flying over there for not being sure how long this fly spell lasts.
The duration of these things have been anywhere from minutes to hours, so you don't really know the power of these berries yet. Like, you haven't had a good enough grasp of them. So you may have flight for a minute, you may have flight for an hour, you may have it for a whole day.
Or you may have it for 2
10
turns.
rounds.
Could be 2 turns, could be just a turn. You don't know.
Yeah.
Can I make some sort of a roll to see if Nell knows about how long the fly spell would last if that was cast?
Do you have the fly spell?
I do not. That's why I wasn't sure if I was making like an Arcana at disadvantage or some shit.
If you've never been around anyone who casts it or had the ability to cast it, you probably wouldn't know those types of things. So, I mean, if you want to, you could do an Arcana, but it's going to be like DC 20.
We'll see what happens if it's
Sure.
natty or not. Oh, I got excited.
Yeah, you don't really know.
And at that, Nell's just gonna kind of like hover there, and they're just like mentally counting, figuring out how long it's gonna last.
Sure.
Not sure how long this lasts, so I'm not gonna actually fly over there. But I was just curious if this berry actually would work.
A few seconds later, Ava comes with a potion in each of her claws, and flies over to Esmeralda.
She's just gonna take them.
Flies back.
Did you
Do I
choose
know?
specifically which ones you made?
Mm-hmm.
Do I know what these do?
Probably not.
Uh,
Anyone's ever seen me make those specific ones either.
Do you didn't use any of your potions?
I made 2 of my experimentals using 2 spell slots right now.
Oh, you can just use up any spell slots you have to do that?
Mhm.
Okay. I was just making sure. I didn't know if you like used any in like the previous encounter or not. Okay. So yeah, Esmeralda, you have 2 potions.
Nell's gonna experiment with their flying with just like seeing like, does it allow me to go up?
Yep.
I can fly up. Wasn't sure if it was just a hover sort of deal, or if it was a feather fall because it was just a weightless feel.
Esmeralda, you look over and Nell's like swimming in the air.
What do you have there?
The bird gave me potions. I'm assuming they're from Desmond.
May I? I'll take it for.
Hands one.
Glug glug, motherfucker.
Desmond gave them to you. Does it look like is it a vial like Desmond usually hands out, or is it an actual like potion bottle?
It's a vial, one of his quick ones that he makes.
Roderick peeks over the ledge. What you got down there? That good shit?
Bottoms up. Bottoms up. I'll drink it.
All right, you have 10 feet of flying for 10 minutes.
So it's gonna take you 6 times 5. It's gonna take you 30 seconds to get across that gap. That is gonna be the most terrifying 10 seconds of your fucking life. You're like, oh, fuck this.
I like how you do it, how you almost act like it's a swimming motion.
I mean, you gotta figure, how would you do it? Like if you've never flown in your life, like
Right, your natural body's reaction would be to swim.
yeah, like you gotta think of like what would you do? Like to not go off on a tangent. If you think about like Superman and how he flies, how does Superman fly faster? Like you see him in the things, you like what the fuck does that do? How is that gonna do anything? Yeah, like that would be my first instinct if I was weightless. Would be like to swim, because that's like the only time I've ever been weightless. But you do you.
Yeah.
You could just walk all confident and shit, all badass. Not me. I'd be a little bitch.
I trust Desmond. Probably more than I should. And I'll swim up a little bit. Notice I'm flying. Start going across.
Okay. It's gonna take you 5 seconds to get across that fucking gap. Or no. It's
5
10.
seconds.
Yeah. So 30 seconds to get across that gap.
Just because the first 10 feet I'm over. Okay.
Was that a fear?
Anything less than a 5, I was turning around. Nope, too much. And then, alright. Once I get over that first, like, okay. And then I'll keep going.
What do you have on your person, Thrain?
Yes.
You got like everything with you?
Yeah. I don't.
I keep catching my mic out of the corner of my eye and thinking that it's like something moving on my floor and being like, the fuck is this?
Yeah, I would have everything.
Okay. Alright, so Esmeralda, you see Thrain drink the potion and then begin slowly moving across the open chasm.
Is she muted or not talking?
I don't know.
I'm muted.
Okay.
Say that again.
Is this normal for you guys to be flying?
As Thrain
No,
is slowly
Desmond-
swimming across. Doesn't this look normal?
I trust Desmond way too much.
Desmond uses his alchemical gifts frequently to make potions to aid. I currently am working with a item of my own that produces berries that I'm not always sure what they do. I was taking a guess on this one and I don't know how long it lasts, so I'm not actually going to fly across the way. So I'm too nervous about it potentially failing. So you may take the potion and fly on over there. I will stand here and make sure nothing comes and messes with you from the outside and call out to you if necessary.
Thrain is
How
still
will-
making his way across.
Oh
Okay.
no.
That's fine. I had a thought. Thrain didn't have that thought.
Anyways, you're saying, Christina?
How will we get back across?
Christina had that thought.
I presume that Desmond does not intend you to be over there for the entirety of the potion's use.
I got
So
8 minutes and 30 seconds on the
no, you have you
I have
got
8 minutes and
minutes
30
while
seconds.
you have 8 minutes before you need to be 100% at the edge flying back, don't you?
It takes me 30 seconds to fly over. I'm giving myself an extra 30 seconds.
Got it. I was just doing math wrong again.
I mean, if you think about it, you didn't do it right away, so you probably have a little less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, I have 8 minutes.
You know. So Adam thinks, but Thrain doesn't know how long this lasts.
No. Well,
Desmond's never made this one, he said, so. Desmond probably knows how long it lasts.
His other potions usually lasted 10 minutes. I've had his alter self, and I've seen his focused one, whatever that is, on Roderick. They've all lasted around 10 minutes. If I'm not mistaken.
You remembered better than I did. I pulled it up right now. I was like, well, shit. You're right.
So is Esmeralda chugging and going, or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So you down the little vial and you feel yourself weightless, and you take the fucking 30-second trip across this chasm. I don't think I can emphasize how long that has to feel over a fucking seemingly bottomless pit.
I don't know,
See-
I'd probably poof part of it if I had that ability.
That's
See,
what I
here's
was
the
thinking
thing.
too.
If I start falling, I could poof. I hope.
Fuck it. Try it again.
Exactly.
So yeah, the three of you eventually are on that side. Did everybody have dark vision that's over there?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I say I do.
Okay.
Rick's
If
the
not-
only one who doesn't.
Well, if Eva's over here, there's light.
Oh yeah.
Ava's like back on Desmond's arm as a gauntlet, and he's like holding his fist out as a light.
Yeah. So you all are in this perfectly carved out tunnel. Goes about 15 feet, 15-degree angle, about another 15 feet, opens into a chasm, or into a natural cave, rather. And inside of this cave, there is more gold than any of you have ever seen in one place. It is literally the entire. This room is probably like 25 by 25 feet open cave, and it is covered completely in gold, piles of gold. And as I said before, there's a statue in the middle holding a scimitar over its head. There's another statue on the ground that's sort of looking up at it like this. Everything is gold.
Anything moving that I can see?
Give me a perception roll.
Thrain lands. Desmond nods. A few seconds later, Esmeralda lands, and he's like, "Oh, you split the potions."
No, nothing that you see is moving. With a 19, I'll say the only thing you notice is the only thing in this entire room that is not gold is that scimitar. It looks like a regular ass scimitar, except for the fact that the blade, the edge of the blade is gold.
Guess what I can do if I sit down for 10 minutes?
I ain't being here for 10 minutes. Look at the scimitar. Point out the difference.
I don't have enough energy to identify it immediately, but if I sit and concentrate on it, I can identify it as a ritual. Your flights will only last 10 minutes.
I know. I'm not planning on being here long. Can Ava go grab that?
A scimitar? I don't think so.
No. I don't know.
I'll have her wiggle it around and see if that triggers anything. Send Ava in and like grab onto the handle of it and start like trying to pry it from its hands.
How much can Ava lift?
How much can a familiar raven lift? It has a strength of 2.
Maximum lifting is strength modifier times 15.
-4 times 15.
So I would say that it probably cannot lift it. I think there's a minimum that you have there, but yeah. How is it a -4?
It's a bird. You got 2 strength.
Well, 2 strength should be just a 1 modifier, wouldn't it be?
No.
Oh no, 12 is a 1. Oh yeah.
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 Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm going to go ahead and say it can't lift it. I will say, for the benefit of the doubt, you do hear it rattling about as if it's not affixed to the hand, that it's in the hand. But it cannot lift it.
That's the only thing that's not gold that's like kind of out of place here.
That Thrain's seen, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Desmond's gonna like walk into the middle of the room and look around.
Yeah, as you start walking in, like, you could feel the gold shifting underneath your feet. Like, this is a substantial amount of gold that you're standing on. And go ahead and give me either an investigation or perception. Yeah, you don't notice anything more than what's already been called out. nothing looks. I don't know how to say, like, nothing looks out of place. Like, this whole thing looks out of place, obviously, but, like, nothing looks more out of place than anything else, I guess I would say.
So I was gonna like scoop down and get a handful of gold and like just let it trickle down, see if anything starts happening.
Feels pretty good. It's a lot of gold.
These statues,
Mhm.
generic male swinging at generic male.
Yeah. Pretty good craftsmanship, but yeah. With a 1 in your investigation, there's not really any discerning features that are leaping out at you or anything.
Then after just like standing in a room and like looking back at the other two, he'll reach
no.
up and what?
I would have gone around and started making notes of everything.
That's you. Are you saying that in character?
No.
But that's what Esmeralda is doing. She's taking notes.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, feel free to give me an investigation or a perception roll. For you, it'd probably be investigation if you're actually walking around and physically taking notes of things. Yeah, so I mean, there's nothing more than what I've described here. The only thing that I would say for you that you notice is it almost seems like the gold is piled up higher on the perimeter, and that it kind of like cascades into where the 2 statues are standing. Well, the one is standing, the other one's on the ground looking up. But it almost looks like the gold's like piled up higher here and then kind of trickles down.
Nope, she's just walking around making notes of everything and like taking like looking at the gold to see if there's like any differences to the ones that she already has in her pocket, and if not, she's just gonna leave it where it's at.
Yeah, they're all fairly similar, like in carving and whatnot. The one thing I'll say with your 13 is, are you going up and inspecting the statues?
Yeah.
The statues are incredibly detailed. Like someone painstakingly made statues that represent people out of gold. Like every detail is there. Even the expressions of like you feel the expression of fear on the eyes of the one that's on the ground.
Okay, she's just gonna leave notes.
Little post-its.
No, like,
Cute. I know what you mean.
I like the idea better where she's just like, good job, nice art. Leaves the sticky note on
Star.
it. A+. No, A-. I would give you an A+ if you were Shatter Kai.
Yeah, I'm going to probably detect magic, then identify while I'm still in here. So if there's anything of use, either of you see, grab it, then head back. I'll be in here for a few more minutes.
Okay. Once it gets around that 5-6 minute mark, I'm gonna start. Hey, I'm getting out of here. I'm gonna go.
Okay. What are you doing for 5 or 6 minutes there?
Kind of
Filling
just
pockets with gold.
looking over everything. I'll walk up to the statues with Desmond. I'll take a look.
Nice
Nothing
statues.
special.
No, the opposite. They're very special. They're just.
Oh yeah.
All right. Desmond's ritual casting.
Okay. What's everyone else doing?
I feel like at this point I've taken all the notes that I needed, so I'd probably start heading back.
Just flying around. Not too high off the ground. Circles out here.
Flying around the
Sort
speed
of
of
like
sound.
the ice skating style.
So Roger just up top watching.
Now
The
you
other
can't
two-
see shit.
Oh yeah.
Still judging.
Flies up, pokes Roderick, flies away, back down in the hole.
You don't know.
Right.
Muted.
If you're actually flying around the inner part of the like cavern area there, at some point one of the dragon guards is waiting for you fucking guys to get back up here. They're gonna say something, Roger. You're gonna overhear them like say something like, "Did they just go into the hole? Did they just go into the chasm?" And then like, is that one flying?
Okay, he sort of shift into his goggles for a second.
You shift into your goggles and you see no one else down low except for Nell, who is flying around the inside of the cavern.
And I did it. All right.
You might see Thrain start slowly.
Froggy style swimming in the air.
He just shakes his head, starts putting the blindfold back on, stops for a second, like, Esmeralda, all right. Then puts his blindfold on.
Yeah, Esmeralda swam across in a skirt. Now you know. Okay. Yeah, so you start heading back. I assume Esmeralda's gonna start heading back at the same time. Desmond, what are you trying to do now?
Detect magic, then identify.
Both ritual?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Detect magic after 10 minutes. I'll say so. Thrain, you make it back. You see Nell swimming around. And then you see Nell fall. I'm sure it's
I
only...
specified they weren't very high off
Yeah,
the
yeah.
ground.
You fall. And then a few seconds later, Thrain, you feel yourself fall. And then a few seconds later, you see Esmeralda fall. They all lasted about 10 minutes. About, I don't know what, fucking 3 minutes later, Desmond, your detect magic would go off. Oh, wait, no, you said you waited the whole time. So about 5 minutes later, your detect magic would go off. The scimitar is indeed magical. Nothing else, everything else in this cavern is mundane. It's just gold. And 10 minutes later after that, your identify would go off. And that is a +2 scimitar.
That's the only thing I'm picking up off of it, though.
Yep.
So, after both of those go off, he'll like stand up, dust himself off, look at the scimitar, and just like grab it, pull it out.
And that's where we're going to end it at tonight. And Jay, I will get your wild magic surge next week. So you'll have to come back next week to see what it is. See how I do that? Fucking hook, line, sinker. Gotcha. And in case it wasn't clear by the fucking new layout and everything, Christina's gonna be joining us from now on, like, as a regular.
Woo! Does that
Um,
mean you don't work on Fridays?
Oh yeah, no. Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Thursday, Friday, Saturdays have been off for her.
Oh,
Nice.
I didn't know that was
Nice.
like an always thing.
I don't think she did
Well,
either until.
Again, it might change. See what happens.
It
um,
just means that I know I can hang out with you.
yeah, and this is the new layout too. Like, this is kind of like unannounced and everything, but like the widgets aren't working right now because like I didn't have time to do all that because I had to keep the old one running and then switch everything
And
over to the new one.
started rolling.
That-
But yeah, so there's a new layout. These will be working. Unfortunately, the ones that so the shield will actually show what the AC is. Heart will show what max health is, and then the little die to the right will be their fate points. Until I can figure out a way to get Fantasy Grounds to be able to communicate two ways with the data, I can't actually live update it, so it'll just be max hit points. But maybe one day. So, yeah. And on that note, let's see who is on so we can raid out.
And I can go to bed.
Ditto.
Do we level up yet?
No.
Nah.
No. It'll probably be after next session. I couldn't just be like, all right, Christina joins. You guys are now going to the Sphinx. Like, that just wouldn't have, that would have been. So,
Awkward.
so yeah, like, no fucking logical person is going to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to stick with these guys as they go through court.
Even though I just met them.
Right, yeah, so got to give it a little bit of time for some chemistry to happen.
Hey, I just met you. This is crazy. I'm in court now. Will you be my alibi?
I'm trying to find someone who hasn't been on for 4 hours. Ooh. He's gonna have been on for 3 hours, but I kind of like their layout, so we're gonna do it anyways. Don't judge me.
Full judgment.
Always judgment.
So we are gonna raid out to Tenkinos, who's on episode 49 of their campaign, and they are allegedly voice actors. So I expect to
yeah?
hear cool accents and stuff.
Time to unmute then.
Yeah. So on that note, I appreciate everyone for hanging out. Have a wonderful night, and we'll be back next week. Bye.